Good night, St. George North. Good night, Barbados Labour Party family. I can't hear you. Good night, Barbados Labour Party family. And good night, Barbados. Welcome as we continue the battle. As we continue to tell you why our candidate, Tony Moore, needs your support. Why you should continue to put your faith in the Barbados Labour Party. Why the mission and the mandate that you handed to us in 2018 needs to continue. You know, I keep hearing people referring to those years as 10 lost years. Well, let me tell you something. I can tell you about loss during that time. I remember coming back home in the 90s. Had a chance to get back into Calypso. Did very well. Took the time to do the things that young men do after they're successful. Got married and all of that. Had a few kids. Life was sweet. In comes 2008. After the election, well, I was the first person, I believe, in Barbados who started to see the loss. Lost work. Can't find a job. Everything falling apart. So you know when you lose work, you got to start cutting back. You got to make things right so you can continue. So I watch a lot of jobs gone. I had to make some cutbacks, some changes, so I lost my vehicle. And I remember I had to go back out on the ships again to try to make things, put back things together. I remember when I came home, it was around the same time too, October 2011. I remember it like it was yesterday. Gus got back in off the ship. And, I keep hearing this song all the time since I come home. Larry Mayer is playing this song all the time. Sparrow song, No Money, No Love. And I ain't paying it no attention at all. But I'm hearing this song all the time. And in tutus, well, the song become a reality. So then it's more loss again. So then it's only me and the dog named Floss. And Floss there is me and he. Don't laugh. It's me and Floss. In the morning, October the 19th, I gone outside to feed Floss. Boy, he shake his head. He look at me, walk through the door, and never come back. I said, we're lost. This is the demolition party. This is all lost. One after the other, one after the other, one after the other. But we go through these things and, we can laugh at it now because it's kind of funny. But when you're going through it, it's tough. And I had to tell a friend of mine, people keep saying how good Barbados is handling the pandemic. That we are doing excellent. And I want you to give Colonel Bostic and his team and everybody a big round of applause because they are doing well. They are doing well. But what a lot of people fail to understand is that Barbados was prepared because we had a pandemic for 10 years called the Democratic Labour Party. We were well prepared to handle COVID-19 because if you could get through that, there's nothing else that you can't face. And so I have to tell you this evening, when I see some of the members of that group that put us in the position that we find ourselves in, coming out from under rocks or wherever it is they've been hiding for a while, and trying to tell people in St. George North that they got the solutions and they got the answers and they can do all the things in this term that they couldn't do in 10 years. It tells me that them can't be serious at all. They're making sport. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a time to play with your lives. In 2018, you went to the polls, made a decision that you wanted a better life for yourself and for your children and for your grandchildren. You didn't make that determination lightly. You looked, you saw what was going on, you saw where the country was heading. And when I tell you about the loss, we lost a lot. I lost, yes, but all of us as a people lost. Barbados lost its good name in the Caribbean. It lost its standing in the international arena. Young people who were going to university lost the opportunity to do it. Jobs lost. People lost homes across this island like never seen before. What makes you feel that anything that these people come to tell you, that all of a sudden, they got all the answers? All of the answers. Yet in 10 years, they put us at the bottom of the barrel. I can't tell you what to do. I can only tell you what we already know. Is that it is easy when you're on the outside to talk. You know it in your own life. You will be going through your own struggles in your own house, and all kind of people on the outside will want to tell you what you could do, what you should do, how you didn't do it, why you are where you are. And in their own eyes, they can't see the problems that they themselves have. That is life. And that is also in this situation that we find ourselves in. And I keep saying to people, how? Explain to me how can you match two things that are not similar in magnitude? Now, think about it. The demolition party had 10 years to demolish and demolish and demolish and demolish. The Barbados Labour Party has 2.5 years at this point. Think about it. You can't put the two things together. They just don't match. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get the ball rolling. The man who's going to open up the batting this evening is a hometown boy from right here in Roach Village. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to give a warm welcome to a gentleman that I have known for many, 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 many years. You know him as Cupid. I knew him then as Ian Gill. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Ian Cupid Gill.
You ready? Well, I'm ready. Yeah. Now everybody them ready. One for Barbados Labour Party. Feel the rhythm, boy. We voting for the BLP. Yes, that's the best for we. Boy, we going with the BLP. That's the best for we. Hey. The COVID pressure and hard time put together.
Good night, Barbados Labour Party family. Good night across this community. From the post office to Bridgecourt to Bel Air to St. Helens to Cottage to Groves to Paradise to Jericho to Roach Village to Bel Air behind here. Not going to forget a fellow. To Applewitz. The people of this community who has always supported the Barbados Labour Party. And we are coming tonight to let you give you even more reason why you need to stay home with the Barbados Labour Party and why you need to go in your numbers and vote for more. When we vote for more, we're voting for more of the best government in the Caribbean, the Barbados Labour Party. I don't intend to criticize the DLP candidate tonight because I feel for him. My heart pains for him. He is a young man And people saying a good man. Man, there are good men all over the place. My partner Earl there is a good man. Anand is a good man. People in this community are good men, so there's no difference in me being good. All of you is a good man too. So, it don't bring the things to be a good man. Bring to be something of a man who's dedicated to the people of St. George North and has shown that dedication from the time he had the opportunity as a young person. That he has not shown. But I will tell you in my little time about the pain that he causes. But what really causes the concern is that the Democratic Labour Party believe they can take up anybody from St. George North and think that they can win a seat that belongs to us in the Barbados Labour Party. This is ours. We've worked hard for this under Glen Clark. The amount of work that Glen Clark has done in this constituency has been never done by anyone before. Yes. So don't think you can come and walk over here and think you can win a seat. I driving coming down the road earlier and see a big 40-foot container come up playing music. And somewhere in there hollering, Roach Village win, Applewitz win. You call me making mock sport. There's no way that they will ever win if it comes to that GH1 box joke. But I want to tell them about the Democratic Labour Party. And I want to say some good things about the Barbados Labour Party. Because I have to say good before I talk about the bad. We've solved problems in this country that the Democratic Labour Party could not solve. They had we've been in for 2.5 years. They had the South Coast Suez Project going on for the problems with the South Coast Suez Project going on for almost 3 years. And they had the capacity to solve them. Did not have the capacity. We've been in power 2.5 years. Do you hear anybody complain about the South Coast Suez Project? Shout it out loud. I want the people in Rochville to hear you. Do you hear anybody complain about the South Coast Suez Project? Good. We had a problem in this country. And you could see the problem. It was created by the Democratic Labour Party. They refused to buy one truck for the Sanitation Service Authority. I said to y'all, I think it was last week, Sunday, at Sheffield, that recently a lady called the radio program and told David Ellis that she had not seen a truck in about 2 weeks. And David Ellis told her, well, that is out of the ordinary. Nobody don't call the program about that anymore. Because they don't. I want to hear who solved that problem in 2.5 years. The Barbados Labour Party, that is correct. And before the night is out, I am certain before the night is out, we can see one pass here. And we know about the TAP program, the Transport Augmentation Program, that provides for private people to make money in this country. Who came up with that program? Well, and I can leave the rest to talk with the rest. There's so much more. So much more. Even in housing, we are starting to go forward. Not a house built from 2012 to 2018. Not one. In the Housing Corporation, we are starting to build houses and to provide for the poor people in this country with land at $5 per square foot. Right here in Barbados. And we're doing it in St. George too, at Todd's in St. George. This is a Barbados Labour Party that cares and is a caring government under Mia Mottley. We can't be sidetracked by the Dems at all. But I come to bring some breaking news too. The LP emerged recently from the conference, had a conference, and a pretty thing. They had a conference and had the election. And out of it, no real leader came about. There was no leader. She is not a leader. Does she have the capacity of Mia Mottley? Will she ever have the capacity of Mia Mottley? All right, let me be realistic. So, in Beijing terms, it's called she no real leader has come about. And all of a sudden, I am seeing some people coming out of the woodwork. People who should not even step up the face. But I will bring some information to you now that you have not heard before. There's a property over there, Vault Loose in St. George called in St. Thomas, called the Sanitation Service Headquarters. Want to know that? You know nobody is moving it yet. Nobody is moving it, but the Barbados Labour Party government has had to pay $9 million for it. It ain't worth $6 million per paper. But we've already paid $9 million for it. If that ain't economic rent, if that ain't grafting, call it what you made it. I call it corruption. But all of a sudden, you could see people coming from low, and where he's concerned, down low. And all of a sudden, he's surfacing after all this corruption. And I hide it from it. Because there's no way that for the next 10 years, I should go pay $2 million every year for that building. No one can use that building. Neither the staff, the administrative staff at Sanitation Service Authority, or no one. It was done under both arrangement. Build, operate, lease, transfer. And based on that, you want to tell me that you could sit down and recognize that the country would suffer when you're paying out that type of money for a building that isn't worth that much? Nobody has moved into it. And it is already costing the government. I want to give the facts. The Barbados Labour Party government paid $4,919,624 to cover the usage of that building between 2017, 2018, and up to 2019. This year, 2020, between April and March, we had to pay them $2,880,845. And for April to September, so it all paid up, we had to pay them $1,440,422.82. And yet, no one can use that building that was built by the Democrat Labour Party. But somewhere in there, they got steel. Enough steel. And some of them people who did put in the steel now determined that they can come out and keep noise in St. George North. Do not let these people who have taken away from the welfare, who have taken away from the poor people, because as long as you take up government money and put it in your pocket, somebody else got to suffer. Therefore, don't let them come to your homes, rent them away. Don't let them walk around this community. This is our community that we've embraced and worked hard for. And we should not let them come in here after they fill up the pockets as they like. And then come to tell you that the Democrat Labour Party is on the rise. What rise what? I just hoping that as low as he is staying with the type of million. So I just want to tell you, the building isn't worth $6 million. If it was finished completely, it still won't worth $6 million. But before we finish, we are going to pay more than $30 million for that building. And we have no control of it. Right now, I know that the Barbados Labour Party government wants to move operations into it. You know what we have to do? We have to take government funds of over $750 million to get it ready. But we can't send the poor contractor. I can't take up a poor contractor from here in Bradshaw and send it because of the arrangement. The same company that get the $2 million, now I got to carry $750,000 and give them to prepare the place for me so that I can get government agencies to move into it. That is not right. Not correct. When you could sit down and come up with an idea, I believe if you're raising $30 million for a building that costs less than $6 million, that obviously something going somewhere to someone. That means that people who are on welfare could not get welfare money. That means that people who were to get food through welfare could not get the food because the money going elsewhere. And we need to send a strong message to all of them in the Democrat Labour Party. St. George North is not the place to walk. No more, because we're standing with more. I really can't seem to think why the Democrat Labour Party think that they can jump up Now, let me tell you something. I got a partner in Newbury, St. George. Yesterday, the candidate for the Democrat Labour Party walked through Newbury and St. George. He was going to homes. Let's see, he was canvassing. Not even going to get into the discussion. When I go to this man's home, when you walk into this home, when you walk to the door, there's a big mirror that stands about 6 to 8 feet tall. The man told me that the Democrat Labour Party candidate came to his door. He's trying to bring some issues to the candidate. And the candidate look in the mirror doing so. Look. Not interested in him at all. But that is the type of man that he is. Flashy, we know that is him. But not watch the man and the man in the crowd tonight. So I know if the guy telling a lie, he would tell you. He didn't tell me the lie. He's been my friend for many years and a member of the Barbados Labour Party for even longer. So I know he wouldn't tell me that. But he wanted to entertain him in a discussion. But he would not take on the discussion. So that is what we are faced with. You can't tell me, because I can get to Tony too, but you can't tell me, I can't left you yet. God tell me something about it. And this comes from one of my friends out there too, at George Street. Thank you, honey. From my friends at George Street. After they determined that it was going to be Floyd, they call him and tell him to come to George Street. Half an hour later, they didn't see him. And when they call him, they tell him, man, I out here in Belleville rambling, man. I don't know where George Street is. And I tell you, look, when I talked to him on Sunday night about Shirley, and he went to the Shirley's bar, you all thought he'd make him once, but that was the truth. And now I tell him that this is the truth. You bring a man that's has never been a member of that party. Why you know he walking up with Glen Clark? So I kind of lost when I heard his name called. I knew him walking with Glen Clark. So I'm a little lost. But he see an opportunity. And you can't beat a man for seeing an opportunity and grabbing it. I just hope the opportunity don't kill him. I hope it don't destroy him. Because you can't come to St. George North people 3 times a week on a platform and reading. And then when you get to words that you don't know, you stop for 30 seconds and then going on. You can't do that. The people of St. George North want someone in Parliament who can speak for them and who can represent them. I ain't going to tell them about Tony when it comes to speaking. She probably has showed a little too hard, but she got there and she's system, you see. It's in her blood. I want you to know that I want to get back to them strong and then because Glen started a project out here that was to create safety for the people from Market Hill all down to Flat Rock. We were supposed to do sidewalks. You remember that? Glen and the Barbados Labour Party went to the power in 2008. Up to now, after 10 years, we're there, we're in charge and at large. We now have a situation where we still have to come within the next 2 years and to make sure that people can walk safely along this road right down to Flat Rock to finish those sidewalks. That should not be. Whenever they come to your door and you live in this community, ask them that question. Call your children and your grandchildren is walk that road to go to school at Cuthbertmore. Do not be sidetracked by the Democrat Labour Party. And I have some people out there too who want to get to this. Calling my name and saying that them is seeing me, so I ain't supporting my candidate. Man, look, I love the Barbados Labour Party here. Man, to me, the Barbados Labour Party is like a woman. Sometimes she treat me sweet, sometimes she treat me wrong. But when it is all done, it is still my party. Still got my heart embedded in the Barbados Labour Party. Understand it? So don't come to me thinking, and really, I can leave Tony to tell her what the situation with her and I, what we are together as a family. I will leave it to her to share with you. I will not share that. But I just want you to know that I will walk the breadth and width of this constituency with Tony Moore to make sure she becomes the representative of St. George North after November the 11th. I will come to your homes. I will come to your homes in Sweetville. I will come back to Ashbury. I will come to Applewitz, where I've always gone for Glen, Road Village, I've always gone for Glen, Bel Air, and I've always gone to Glen to make sure that I can get your support. It is not about me, it's about Tony Moore, a woman who is proud of what she stands for, working class people, people like you and I. She will get to know you. If you do not know her up to this time in this community, believe me, it is long enough that she will get to know, and some of you she will not, because you may not be home when she passes. But understand that she has you and your care and your issues at heart. She will work for you in this community. She will look after you. Don't let the Dems come and tell you the nonsense. And people keep telling me that there are 6 people running in this constituency. I was a little shocked, but I read today somewhere that there are actually 6 people running in the constituency. I don't know how we're going to entertain all of them at one house, but please try. Or tell them stand at your door. But the fact remains, whenever your time comes, know what this government has done within the 2.5 years it has been in power. And based on that, go to the polls in your numbers. I always say in St. George North, the Barbados Labour Party has a base. And I want that base to go out and to make sure that it's Tony Moore. More now than ever. People, this is a serious election. This election, the Barbados Labour Party will use it to gauge how we are doing within the communities of Barbados and the diaspora too. We need you not to stay home on November the 11th saying, man, somebody can win. You got to get out and make sure there's more. She's going to give you value for your money, more value. We are in a difficult time in this country. You and I know that. I want you to understand that this government is trying. You can see it trying. They're being creative and creating ideas to make sure that we can keep people. Look at what we are doing now in the tourism sector. That has to be creative. Where you, although you know you can't find work for the people, you're bringing them to work and paying them a part of their salary. That is what the Barbados Labour Party is going to do. We want to make sure that the economy keeps running. As an economist, I am very proud of the fact that we are being creative as a government. But I want you within listening ear, and I want you to know well that it's time to make sure as you walk the road, as you go through the valleys, because St. George is a valley too, that you know that there's only one way to go, and that is more, more, more.
Yes, and uplift the young and keep Barbados strong.
Yes, we making the best out of every situation. With plenty respect for each and every Bajan. No promises kept, but still the LB can done.
I bet the Barbados for now one generation and we singing. Boy, we voting for the DLP. That's the best for we. Boy, we going with the DLP. That's the best for we. All together now.
Who we going with? I can't hear you. Who we going with? We want more and more and more and more. You heard it from Ian Gill. He laid out for you what this party, what this government has been doing. We all know what we face. We know what the task is ahead. stay the course. I bring to you now a gentleman who represented St. Philip North for 2 consecutive terms. He was also a minister responsible for sport. Barbados Labour Party family, a stalwart of the Barbados Labour Party. Please welcome to the stage with a rousing, come on, a rousing welcome for none other than Rudolph Cappy Greenage. Here we bring him on.
Opportunities coming. More land for food. We going green for true. Yes.
Yes, we fixing more roads, fixing water holes. Community stronger too, the better for me and you.
Because free university. Yes, we get that do. New buses on the road. Yes, we get that do. New garbage trucks. Yes, we get that do.
Good night, St. George North. And good night to all those who are at home watching us and listening to us on their computers. Now, I do not have that kind of forceful voice that Ian Cupid Gill has. I'm an old man, and the voice is not what it used to be. I have come tonight, people, to tell you that I want this victory by Tony Moore to be a massive victory. I do not want it to be just a victory. I want it to be massive. When you go to the polls, St. George North, on the 11th of November, I want you to return Tony Moore in massive numbers. Massive numbers. You know better than I do, St. George North, why we are here. We are here because Mr. Glen Clark, who represented this constituency for 26 years, has decided to take up a position in Canada as Barbados' leading diplomat. He'll be going to Ottawa, Canada. And as a result of that, he's given up his seat in the House of Assembly, and we have to look for a representative. So you know exactly why we are here. Glen Clark became a brother to me from 1994 when we walked up the steps of Parliament together. From then until now, we've become extremely close. And I can tell every one of you that Glen Clark entered politics poor. And Glen Clark will leave politics even poorer. But I can assure you that every single day of the week, every single week of the month and month of the year that Glen Clark was in politics, he was doing something for the constituency of St. George North. And during his parliamentary career, you would know and I would know that Glen Clark has got jobs for hundreds of people in St. George North. He has begged for facilities from almost every minister to improve St. George North. And he continues, even now, to beg for facilities for this constituency. I tell you all that, people, because I want to let you know what this by-election is all about. The first thing that this by-election is that it is a thank you Glen Clark by-election. It is a thank you Glen Clark by-election. And it is for that reason, if none other, that I want you to join with us and let us make this a massive, I mean, a massive victory. You know, the last time we had this type of by-election, this thank you type of by-election, was when Sir David Simmons resigned from Parliament to become Chief Justice of Barbados. And St. Thomas at that time, St. Thomas, had a thank you David Simmons vote. And they gave you Cynthia Ford massive numbers, a massive majority. And that is why I have come tonight, St. George North, to tell you, this is your turn. This is your turn to do for Glen Clark, thank you. What St. Thomas did for David Simmons, thank you. You have to give Glen that thank you vote. This will not be a thank you vote if people come and convince you to vote for something called an opposition. They're telling you to vote for an opposition. This would not be a thank you Glen Clark vote if you vote for Floyd Reefer. This will not be a Glen Clark thank you vote if you vote for the Democratic Labour Party. You must, in this thank you Glen Clark vote for what Glen Clark stands for. You have to vote for what he stands for. You have to let the status quo remain the way that Glen Clark wants it to remain. So, St. George North, I am asking you to keep it the way it is. Right now, use your common sense. If you want something done, you can easily ask Tony Moore or Glen Clark to do it for you, because they are close to the ministers. And you know, if you said to Tony Moore, I want that pavilion in the Glebe finished, she is close enough to Minister Sutherland to say, I want that pavilion in the Glebe finished for the people of the Glebe. And Sutherland can look at her and say, no problem, I'll make sure it is done, as he has already done. She is close to Edgell, Ian Gill in Edgell. And she can easily say, want the road up by Market Hill done. Right there, they go to parliamentary group meetings together. Now, do not let anyone encourage you to vote for a one-man opposition. Why should you put yourself in opposition when your party is already in office? It makes no common sense whatsoever. So on the 11th of November, people of Salters, people of Parish Land, people of Sheffield, I beg you again, come out in your numbers and help to make it massive. Help to make it massive. You know, I have come to tell you what the by-election is all about. And you know the Dems are doing the same thing. I heard Verla de Pisa, she had the gumption to make the point that this by-election is a referendum on Mia Mottley's performance. You ever hear it? She said that this by-election is a referendum on Mia Mottley's performance. I beg to differ, and I differ strenuously. This is more a referendum on the Democratic Labour Party than it is on Mia Mottley's performance. You only have to think of where this country was on the 24th of May, 2018. Cupid Gill has told you already about the sewage that was on the South Coast. The piles of garbage that was all through Barbados. Those 23 downgrades. You know, we looked bad and we smelt bad. And the question I ask you tonight, did Mia Mottley improve it? The answer has to be yes. She took us out of that predicament. You know, this evening I was at home and I had a sheet of foolscap. And I was taking, coming down, making the points, writing the things down that Mia Mottley has done since coming to office. And you know, they have 27 lines on one side and 27 on the other side of the foolscap. I finished the 27 and I was almost finished on the other side. She had done more than 54 things already, positive things for this country. Mia Mottley has pulled Barbados back from those downgrades. And a ticket. She has stabilized our finances. A ticket. She has handled COVID extremely well. And a ticket. Not only she has handled it well, but look, you know that we Barbados, we got an award for being a safe haven for cruise ships. The way it was handled. They had Trinidadians here that Trinidad wouldn't take. And we dealt with them here. We handled it well. And you tick, and you tick. Mia Mottley has improved the garbage collection throughout Barbados. She has improved the transport board system, the service, throughout Barbados. Mia Mottley has restored the tuition fees at the University of the West Indies and your ticket. Mia Mottley's opinion is being sought in all corners of the world now. You look at the TV often and see she talking here and she talking there to people. So she has given us back our prestige that the others had destroyed. And your ticket. She has stood up and she is still standing up to the European Union and your ticket. And whenever our Prime Minister speaks to the international press, whether it be to the United Nations, the WHO, whenever she speaks, she puts in a plug. Automatically she does it for Barbados. We will never be able to repay Mia Mottley for the kind of marketing that she has done for this country. We owe her a significant debt of gratitude. This is no referendum on Mia Mottley. Mia Mottley she has ticked off every single box. She has ticked off every box. You know, I used to be a CXC marker in history. That was my subject, history. And I remember CXC called some examiners from Cambridge University to Barbados to train Barbadian markers. They trained about 24 history markers. And then they selected only 3 of those markers from among the 24. I was one of the 3. To turn around now and train Caribbean markers. I say that not to big up myself. I say that to let you know that I was a good marker. I say that to let you know that I was a fair marker. And I can tell you that for the work that Mia Mottley has done over the past year and a half, 2 years, she does not deserve an A. She deserves an A+. You can't get higher than that. You can't get higher than that. Mia Mottley has been extremely successful in what she has done for Barbados under very, very trying circumstances. So people, whether you vote on the 11th of November at the Glee Polyclinic, at Cuthbert Moore Primary, at the James Bryan Complex, at St. Jude's Primary, let us join together and make it massive. Make it massive. As I said, this is indeed a referendum on the Democratic Labour Party, not on Mia Mottley. The question is, can the Dems come back? Can they come back? Are the Dems stronger than the PDP or the UPP? And this is not for Mia Mottley to decide, you know. This is for the Dems to decide. And that is why I tell you that this is not a referendum on Mottley. It's a referendum on the Dems. The Democratic Labour Party got themselves caught up in all types of financial worthlessness, all type of corruption. The entire country kicked them out. And now they are coming to St. George North saying, ease me back in. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not your job in this by-election, to ease them back in. You know, St. Lucie didn't give them a seat. St. John didn't give them a seat. Why should you, St. George North, be called upon to give them a seat and make them a one-man opposition? Why should you be called upon to do that? So whether you vote at St. George Primary, at St. George Secondary, at the Valley Resource Center, again, I beg you to join with us and help us to make this victory massive. Don't forget the Dems. They embarrassed this country, and they are still embarrassing the country, and they do not deserve your vote. But they're still coming to you and telling you, I am pure now. Coming to you and telling you, I have a halo of light around me. Please give me this St. George North seat. And that is not the role of St. George North in this by-election. In effect, what they are saying is take yourself out of power and put yourself in opposition, a one-man opposition. Now, if you live in Charles Row Bridge, the Glebe, Newbury, Superlative, you too I call upon to join and help us to make it massive. They got 30 love. And never at one stage did you hear the Dems say, Barbados, we are sorry about our past performance. This will never happen again. Never once did you hear the Dems say, Barbados, our last group was corrupt. We will never go anywhere with them again. The Democratic Labour Party has not moved a single inch. They are still at the same point that they were on the 24th of May 2018. They have not even all come out of their hole since the last election. Again, I call on the people of Tate Hill and Locust Hall and Sweet Bottom. 11th of November, come out in your numbers and help to make it massive. This by-election too is about the choice of a candidate. And as Cupid was telling you earlier, there is only one horse in this Gold Cup. And that is Tony Moore. That is Tony Moore. I heard the candidate for the Democratic Labour Party saying how he thought he was disrespected. But if he ever want to hear about disrespect, I think it was total disrespect to him and to the people of St. George North when the Dems had his introduction as a candidate done at the DLP auditorium, rather than in the constituency for which he is running. They took him to St. George North, to Belleville. But if the reason that I hear for them holding the launch at St. George is true, then what I can tell you is that the Democratic Labour Party is in a very dangerous place. Because I don't see any reason why you would have to be saying we had to be selling some chicken wings and some drinks. They are in a very, very bad place. You see those Dems that are showing the heads now? If any one of them had the slightest inkling that they could win the seat, people, Floyd Reefer would not be running. If any one of them had the slightest inkling that they could win the seat, Floyd Reefer would not be running. He would not have been their candidate. They know, and you know, that Floyd Reefer has a mountain to climb. People like Esteban Suku and Richard Seeley and Stephen Lashley and Verla de Pisa, one of them would have been running in this seat if they thought that they had a chance. Floyd is running because they know that he will lose. They know that he does not stand a chance. I was telling someone that they should have mashed up an old bus. They should send an old bus to get mashed up. Send Esteban Suku. Send Colin Spencer. Send Jetta Ince. Mash up one of them. But they chose to mash up a brand new bus. An innocent fella. They take him and mash him up. And I think that they have betrayed him. As I said, this by-election is about the choice of a candidate. Tony Moore is as solid as a rock. Tony Moore is brilliant and she is well qualified. And when I say well qualified, I do not mean things like degrees and those behind her name. Listen, I am saying am, I'm not even saying was. I am in the Senate with Tony Moore. Tony Moore is articulate. She is well-rounded. Tony Moore doesn't only speak on labor matters, you know. Tony Moore speaks on the economy. She speaks on tourism. She speaks on health. She speaks on education. She speaks on international business. Everything she can handle. Well-rounded. And Saroy was on this very platform, not because Tony Moore is a member of the Barbados Labour Party, but because he knows of her ability. He still has friends at the ILO, and he has heard about Tony Moore's performance at ILO meetings. She is an extremely talented candidate. Tony Moore is going to hit the ground running. She is already a representative. She represents workers like you. Her struggle and your struggle, the same struggle. She knows what representation is all about already. She knows what negotiating is all about already. People, Floyd Reefer is too green. He is too green. You have to make this decision, St. George North, as to whether the person you elect will have the experience or the training to represent you. You have to make that decision. Tony Moore, as I said, is already in the Senate. She will hit the road running, I said. She knows about parliamentary procedure already. She knows when to rise on a point of order. And she knows about the standing orders of Parliament. Floyd Reefer is too green. Tony Moore is a ready-made representative. I learned many years ago that the process of getting a ready-made pants is easier than finding a tailor, and getting measured. And so you have a ready-made representative. Floyd Reefer is a rookie. He is a rookie. They're signaling and telling me, come. So what I want to finish by saying, people, especially the people of St. George North, don't forget what I tell you. People of Golden Ridge Village, people of Bournes Village, people of Ashbury, join with us on the 11th of November and let us make this victory massive. Good night and God bless you.
You ready? Well, I'm ready. Yes. Now everybody them ready. One vote for Barbados Labour Party. Feel the rhythm, boy. We voting for the DLP. Yes, that's the best for we. Boy, we going with the DLP. That's the best for we. Hey. The COVID pressure and hard time put together. That can't hold me down. No. Still can't get me down. Because we can work together. What? And protect the elder. Yes. And uplift the young. And people.
You've heard it from Cappy Greenage. You heard. There's only one choice in this race. This is not a time to play or to gamble with your future. I said it earlier and I'll say it again and reiterate it over and over and over and over. This election, this by-election, is not about personalities. It's not about who's a homegrown, and it's not about any of those things. It's about who is going to look after the interests of the people of St. George North and the people of Barbados. And when it comes to those sort of decisions, we don't play games with them. You didn't play any games in 2018, and it's not time to start now. We've got a host of speakers coming up who are going to let you know some of the things that have gone on, that they've found in their ministries and across government, things that you need to know. And you got to also, yes, you got to acknowledge the bus. You know, it is interesting that that bus should pass now. Because while we are talking about serious business and getting the country moving, some people want to have a bus crawl. And a bus just passed here, not only crawling, but whispering. A bus that took 12 years to get here. And thanks to who? The Barbados Labour Party, man. Let's keep the speakers coming. Let's keep rolling. You still got energy? I can't hear you. You got energy. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman came on the scene in 2018, and he was what I call a giant slayer. He took out a sleeping giant in one fell swoop. It wasn't David versus Goliath. It was Kirk versus Frondel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome your Minister of Maritime Affairs and the Blue Economy. Please welcome to the podium Mr. Kirk Humphrey.
Humphrey in the BLR, Britain held out and two who help me clean up Humphrey.
So we want you to
Humphrey is a community man. People over politics, that is the plan. When you see the white Island fan, Humphrey the stop talk where you shake your hand.
vote. Put down your hands.
Vote. Good night, good night, good night. Good night to the good people of St. George North. All family. Good night to my Barbados Labour Party family. And of course, to my St. Michael South family, and to all of the family here to support the best candidate for this constituency, Tony Moore. You know, I come here tonight feeling really good and feeling really proud, because I know that I am part of a government that has been delivering for the people. And I know that the things we said we were going to do, we have done a lot of them. And by the time we come back to you in 2 more years and ask you for your vote, we would have done all of them. And as Cappy said, there are very few governments that can boast of having done all the things they said they were going to do the way this Labour Party government has done. Give this party a round of applause. But I am proud tonight to say that I support Tony Moore. And I want to tell you all a story you may not know. When I was appointed Minister of Maritime Affairs and the Blue Economy, one of the tasks you have as a minister is to pick your board. And I was responsible for picking the board in the port. And the port has a lot of issues, or had, with the unions, as unions do all over the world in ports. And so I called the Prime Minister. One of the first things I did after she appointed me, I said, Prime Minister, I want to put somebody from Labour on the board in the port. It had never been done before. I said, I want to put somebody from Labour on the board. And the Prime Minister said to me, Kirk, what do you think my answer to that is? I said, I think your answer would be yes. She said, proceed, young man, put somebody from the union on that board. And so we set out to deal frontally with the issues confronting the port. And the reason we did it was because we knew that if you are going to lead people, you don't run away from the things you have to face. A former Prime Minister said you face it and you fix it. And we have been facing it and fixing it. So the reason that the port and Barbados really was able to win that Sea Trade Cruise Destination of the Year award is because we were able in the port to work together in unison with Labour and with the people. And we dedicated that award to the people in the Bridgetown port, the men and women who worked every day for you. So I know that this situation works. I know that Labour and the Barbados Labour Party government can work. The thing that Tony Moore said to me when I went to meet her, I didn't say, come to my office. We are not an arrogant government. I went to her. And I said to Tony Moore, Tony, I would really appreciate if somebody would serve on this board. And Tony said to me, I will consider it. But know that if somebody from this union is on the port board, they are there to represent the workers. And I said, but that is why I want you, so that we can tackle these problems from the start. That is what good governance is. That is what good governance is. And that issue had been settled years ago, or so we thought. Our forefathers dealt with this. And now they have come, this Democratic Labour Party lot, and disturbing the memories of men who are resting in peace at the altar of political expediency, hoping it would give them political advantage in this constituency. But we already know that we have good governance and they had poor governance. So we were not compromising good governance. We were consolidating good governance. It works. Having Tony Moore on our team will work. It makes a lot of sense. So don't let the Democratic Labour Party trick you. They want to execute Tony Moore and exonerate themselves. But the General Secretary of the Barbados Unions of Teachers is the Deputy General Secretary of the Democratic Labour Party. And they don't see anything wrong with that. But we want Tony Moore so we could deliver for the people. We've seen what poor governance does. Barbados was the third most indebted country in the world. There was a point when Guyana was not taking Barbadian money because the Democratic Labour Party brought us to that. Do you wish to go back to that? Do you wish to go back to having to decide if you can send school your girl child or your boy child because the Democratic Labour Party took all the money and you can't see where it was spent. This election is not a referendum on us. It is a referendum on them. And I hope at the end of the day we choose right. But you know what is happening now. The Democratic Labour Party is trying to rebrand themselves in front of you. A political sleight of hand. They want to trick you. So all of a sudden, they have a new Democratic Labour Party. Reverend Durant, Derek Allen, and the same Verla. I even see the guitar to pick. They got taught with an umbrella covering Floyd. So they want to rebrand themselves in front of you, but meet the new Dems, same as the old Dems. And don't let them trick you. Do not let them trick you. They're trying to rebrand themselves in front of you. And then they're trying to rebrand Verla. Trying to position Verla that she is some leader now in this country because she won an internal election. But I know if you want to talk about leadership, you have to stand for something. And none of you can associate Verla de Pisa with a single cause. She's not associated with a single cause in leadership. So if you are causeless, you should talk less. Because she has done nothing for this country. And they're trying now to rebrand her as the newcomer in leadership. And you know, I read about 2 days ago in the newspaper, Verla said that Prime Minister Mottley is taking her ideas in education. Well, that has to be the biggest joke of all. And I remembered an article, and I would want to read it to you. It is dated November 20th, 2017. Verla said that Mia is stealing her ideas in education. Listen to Verla. This is at a meeting of the Democratic Labour Party for no other than Donville. And mind you, she said she was going to support Donville. You ain't hear he said yet. And the moment the facts come in, let what happened to Donville be a cautionary tale for all of you. Throw the man under the bus. He did not see it coming. Maybe it was one of these new electrical buses. He didn't hear it. But here, Verla, this is the same one that's saying Mia stealing her ideas. She is reported as saying, Senator Verla de Pisa in her address on Sunday night also sought to defend the DLP policies, this time in education. She said the government's decision to implement self-paid tuition fees at the University of the West Indies Cayfield campus was a wise one, as it would push more young ones to pursue education in technical and vocational fields. Prime Minister Mottley is insisting that young people in this country be educated at UE for free. Verla is saying that to make you pay is a wise decision. How in God's name is Mia stealing anything from Verla? And to make it worse, she then went on to say it would force people into technical and vocational fields. She does not begin to understand what we need in this country. But the most hurtful thing of all, not that I'm saying that what happened before is not hurtful, because I am embarrassed that to see these men all of a sudden pretending that they have something to offer, it hurts me. But the most hurtful thing is what they're doing to Floyd. They want to rebrand Floyd too. So all of a sudden now you're hearing Floyd talking about Best and Bert and all kinds of things. And I'm not talking about whether he's reading his notes or not, that's for him. But not speaking in his authentic voice. We do not know what he stands for up to now. We have no idea what he stands for. My advice to you, Floyd, is to thine own self be true. Because if you can't be true to yourself, you cannot be true to the people. And St. George North wants somebody who is true to themselves and true to the people. They want Tony Moore. And beyond that, we are being told about Floyd Reefer that he is a community man. There is a very big difference between being a man from the community and a community man. Floyd is a man from the community. But a community man has a record. Show me the record. What have you done in the service of the people for this community? If you are a community man, and that is how they are branding him now, I don't think it is Floyd. I think it is unfortunate that they're using Floyd that way. But there is a big difference. Tony has a record of serving people. She would then be the real person who is a community person. And they're trying to do it in front of you. And you know what? This would be comic if it were not so tragic. It would make me laugh. But it is too dangerous. The situation too delicate. Our position too fragile to allow this kind of mockery to be made of the people of this constituency and the people of this country. We are too fragile to allow all that we have achieved in the last 2 years to be withered away. And, you know, if you think about it, and you have to understand the tragedy of it all, if you think about it, the Democratic Labour Party in office was a government that was curved inward, looking at themselves. If you look at their ministries, looking at themselves. If you listen to their platform, curved inward, looking at themselves. But the more you curve inward, the more you curve inward, you bend your back, and anybody can ride you. And Martin Luther King warned you that we have places to go. Straighten up your back. Lift your shoulders. Mia Mottley is leading you to something. Stay the course. Stay the course. It is shameful what they did to this country. And it is shameful now that they have the audacity to walk around and beg you for a vote. Well, you should have the temerity now to tell them, walk on. Keep on going where you're going. Because we have places to go. And we have things to do. I am disturbed by it. You know, I remember, and I will not forget, in my constituency, there was a young man back in 2017. And the hurtful thing was that he told me he had no belief in anybody, in anything, because politicians were the same. And that the government had so let him down, he had no faith. That same young man just started a business with a trust loan. He now has faith. We have been able to bring faith back to the people after it was taken by the Democratic Labour Party. Give Tony Moore your vote. Give Tony Moore a chance. And I would tell you every week in cabinet, some issue, something happened. You're hearing about something else. The body do this, the government did this. It is hurtful. And I want to tell you some of the things that I found and why I can't go back. I have responsibility, and I want to talk to you tonight in very serious terms. I don't have a lot of time, but I want to talk to you in serious terms. I came to office, I told myself, and every morning I tell myself the same thing: may the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable, Lord, in your sight, and especially here tonight. I tell myself so, because I say I do not want to become anything like the last government. I got a message this morning from a friend of mine, Adrian. He said, Kirk, you remain humble. No matter what you do, you remain humble in politics, and God knows I am trying. And that is why I serve the people in St. Michael South the way that I do. I wasn't born rich. I didn't enter politics to get rich. But I know people didn't deserve to stay poor when they could do better. That's the DLP way. I heard Floyd saying that the BLP about making poor people poor. What foolishness is this? But in my ministry, and I have responsibility for a few areas, we found in the markets a state that would make your heart. I got pictures today. We just started fixing them by that part of Bridgetown. The whole place broke down. It had not been fixed once in 10 years. In 10 years. Have you been to Oystins Market lately? Have y'all been to Oystins lately? The vendors in Oystins tell me that they are so happy to see the work that we have done, not for the government, man, but for the people and for the vendors. How you could tell me we don't care about poor people or millionaires in the Oystins Market? They tell me they are satisfied. We've done it in Oystins. We do it in Bridgetown. We do it in Spikestone. We do it in Tent Bay. We just start Pile Bay for $1 million. We're about to do Western. We're doing all the markets, taking care of people, because the Democratic Labour Party did nothing for them. And then in fisheries, same scenario. Whole place popped down. Fishermen telling me there is no place for them to come in and bring their boats. We just approved in this government, we just approved for Oystins to repair the jetty for $1.3 million in a time of COVID. Now, how you could tell me we don't care about poor people? 1.3 in Bridgetown, 2.6 million to repair the jetties there so people could bring in their boats. And if you talk to a fisherman, every time there is bad weather, they have to shiver because they can't get their boats lifted out because Barbados did not have a proper slipway. So we're repairing the one at Concept Bay for the fishermen. We ain't done there. In Pile Bay, Barbados ain't got one proper one, no, we got a half. So we fixing one, you count them. In Pile Bay, we are renovating Pile Bay, we putting in another slipway. That is 2. In Bridgetown, where we're doing the jetties, we're doing a major one there that is costing the government $650,000. That is 3. And in the Bridgetown port, as part of our redevelopment, a haul-out facility there as well that will be multi-millions. That is 4. So we're moving from a situation where fishermen can't get haul-out at all to having 4 haul-out facilities for the fisher folk. And we are doing that in a time of COVID. No government in the Caribbean, not one, can do what we are doing now for people. And the reason we are able to do that now is because of the decisions Prime Minister Mottley made in the first 2 years. We do not know what a gem we have in the Prime Minister. I love those buses. Tomville don't like them so much though. But we are doing, in a time of COVID, a lot. And the Prime Minister of Barbados has to be given her due. And I could understand the Democratic Labour Party don't like women. You don't let them forget, don't forget how to curse Mia on every platform. And that Verla de Pisa was on the same platform. Meet the new Dems. Same as the old Dems. But she was on every platform. Well, they cursed the Prime Minister, but they cursed Mia then. Time and time again. So we leave there now and we go to shipping. Because I want you to understand what we are doing for you. When we came into office in June of 2018, I received a report. Barbados was audited. They said that our shipping sector was weak and faulty. And that Barbados fell down not in one area, not in 2 areas or 3, in 23 areas. Barbados performing among the worst when it comes to shipping in the whole Caribbean. Among the worst. And we are now working day by day diligently to make sure that when we are audited in the next few years, that we are in a situation where we're the best. As a matter of fact, we've already brought so much legislation. We now have more legislation on the way than any other country in 2 years. This government is working for you. Don't let nobody fool you. And then we determined early that Barbadians have to be safe. We have determined earlier that Barbadians have to be safe. And so last year when we were having a cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister and I had a conversation. And we felt that it was necessary to teach young people to swim. We felt it was necessary that young Barbadians needed to swim. And this summer, just gone, we taught 1,000 young Barbadian men and women to swim. And we didn't get enough poo-poo trainers. We had best of Barbados training them, the people who train the national team and others. So 1,000 young people now can swim because they have to be safe. Because safety is important to us. And then we also determined that when they're swimming in the sea, that they have to be safe there too. And if you go to Carlisle Bay now, and over the next few weeks, we are putting in corridors to make sure that Barbadians are safe. So jet skis and other boats now, when they come to shore, have to be in a lane. So you won't be seeing them zipping past you, putting your life at risk. We are taking care of the people. But the biggest move is in the Bridgetown port, and I want to read some things to you. In the port of Bridgetown, because when we came in, you all remember global ports, the Prime Minister spoke of it a lot. When the Democratic Labour Party was selling out the port for $34 million. And that every year the deal was the people would make about $30 million and they had the contract for 30 years. So we would sell it for $34 million pretty much. And they would make back the money in the first year almost and had 29 years of profit at $30 million. Is that not madness to you? Well, we came in and we stopped it. We said the port of Barbados, if anything is going to happen, it has to go to the people of Barbados. We stopped it, but we did not stop there. When we came in, there were 52 cameras in the Bridgetown port. Of the 52 cameras, 22 were not working. We now have 88 views of the Bridgetown port. They're telling us about security. We keeping you safe. They were joking about it. On top of that, we are buying 80 more cameras to put in the Bridgetown port. Who is trying to keep you safe and who is talking about it? We then turned around and bought a scanner in the port for $9 million. That scanner will scan every single container leaving the port. We gone from scanning about 6 to 10% to scanning 100%, man. This government is working to keep you safe. So when they're talking about guns in the country, well, how you think they get here? Well, if you got cameras and they don't work and you don't care, that's how they get here. And we are making sure that you are safe and keeping you safe. But we did not stop there. Because people have to hear these things. We now have a remote underwater vehicle. It wasn't working. We renovated it and upgraded it. And what that does is that goes under the water and it looks at the hull. Commanders tie drugs to the hull. And it's going to be under the water checking to see if they're bringing in drugs in Barbados. We are taking care of you, and there are many more. But I want to tell you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the choice has never been clearer. It is a choice between a future for you and your children and going back to a bitter, sordid past that we have now moved beyond. It is a choice between a woman who is a woman of hard work and dignity and community service against someone that the Dems are branding for some reason and you cannot hear his authentic voice. That is the choice that you face. And we want Tony Moore because we have places to go, so here we are. This Barbados Labour Party has been very clear in its course. We have been very deliberate about our deliverables. We are focused on our follow-through. We are going to make sure that you are better off than you were. We are treating to COVID because we know that we have to look after you. Give us Tony Moore. If I could, I would vote with my toe, my knee, and more. Because we could do no better now than we could ever before, because Tony Moore will take us where we have to go. I am so proud to say that I am a member of the Barbados Labour Party family that is bringing back Labour because Labour started with us. And that we are continuing now our marriage with Labour to look after people. I want to continue walking through here with Tony Moore. As I close, let me tell you, yesterday I said to Tony, because I've been working with Tony now for a while, I said, Tony, you're getting a little darker. And she had off her slippers and the top part was dark, and the bottom part clear. I say, you're spending a lot of time in the sun. She said, Kirk, I don't want nobody give me nothing. I'm working for the vote from the people. They say no coronation. Tony is working for you. Come November 11th, the choice is clear. Go to the polls. Give your vote to a woman of the people. Support the Barbados Labour Party. Support our candidate, Tony Moore, and in so doing, support yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, good night. God bless. You know I love you. Have a wonderful evening.
Making the best out of every situation. With plenty respect for each and every Bajan. No promises kept, but still the LP can done.
I bet the Barbados for no one generation and we singing. Boy, we voting for the DLP. That's the best for we. Boy, we going with the DLP. That's the best for we. All together now. DLP. Opportunities coming.
Good evening to you, the good folks of Market Hill and surrounding areas. Good evening, Labour Party family. Good evening to all of Barbados at home watching this being streamed. How wonderful it is to be here in Market Hill this evening. I believe the Dems are having a meeting in Newbury. I gather they have about 36 people up there, most of whom have gone to hear the biggest attraction tonight. The biggest attraction tonight, not Verla de Pisa, not Floyd Reefer, Anthony Wood. That is what they have to offer you this Sunday evening. But before I introduce the next speaker, I heard the interim leader of the Democratic Labour Party. I say interim leader, and I mean interim leader. Because there is no way that the scoundrels in the DLP are going to allow her to lead them into any election. No way. I heard this interim leader speaking about the selection of one Floyd Reefer. And that is another story. She said that they had allowed the good people of St. George North to select the candidate. She said that it meant that this was a party which used democratic principles. But the other hypocrisy, the hypocrisy of this Verla de Pisa, she seemed to have forgotten that in 2013, the good people of Christchurch West, who were members of the Democratic Labour Party, gave Tana Bed 99 votes and gave her 6, and she became the candidate. Hypocrite. But they've also spoken about this person that they are bringing. And I've said already that this election is not about any Floyd or any Reefer. This is about the survival of her within the DLP. But they said that they are bringing this hometown person from within St. George North. Well, Carter was a hometown boy, and he was defeated in St. George North. Desmond Brown, all of you know, did well, hometown boy. He was defeated. Colin Spencer, hometown boy, did well in the community. He was defeated too. Jephthah Ince, hometown boy, I don't know how well he did in the community, but he was defeated not once, but twice. Now we have a hometown boy. I don't know if any of you can think of anything he has done in this community. What do you think is going to happen to him? Well, there's only one conclusion. He is going to be defeated. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, you in St. George North know already who you are voting for. Who are you voting for on the 11th of November? Who? It is my pleasure now to invite the next speaker, the Minister of Transport, Public Works, and Water Resources. A short man, but a hell of a man. A powerhouse who is planning to transform the roads not only in St. George North, but across Barbados, and to ensure that there's adequate water to the people of St. George North, and indeed all over Barbados in due course. I give you Ian Gill.
Ian Gill. Attention, we need your attention. We found a man we could trust, a man of action, good representation. We know he'll take good care of us. Ian is the right man, a man with a well plan, a friend we know we can trust. So do not hesitate, vote early, do not wait.
Good night. Good night. It is good to be back in St. George. It is also good to be here in Market Hill, but it's also a wonderful occasion to be with the Labour Party family on this occasion. And it is a good time to be here in St. George tonight because we have come in this by-election to remind you, the people of St. George, why you voted for the Barbados Labour Party, Glen Clark, and why you voted for the Barbados Labour Party in 2018. You voted for good governance. You voted for an improvement in the quality of life. You voted for improved roads, for improved drainage, for improved sanitation. You voted, ladies and gentlemen, for a better quality of life. And this by-election here in St. George North, it is but an opportunity for the Barbados Labour Party to report on its stewardship right here in St. George North. And I've come tonight not only to defend the record of the Barbados Labour Party, but I've come tonight to join with my colleagues in asking you to support Tony Moore in this by-election, because I know with more, you will get more. And as I canvass this constituency, and I did so up to yesterday, I was in Upperwitz, and I can tell you, I feel the love that the constituents up here have for Glen Clark. I can tell you the many stories that they told me when they interact with Glen Clark. And I can also tell you that they're very, very proud of the work he has done and the work that the Barbados Labour Party is doing. And you know, yesterday, an old lady in Upperwitz reminded me of something. She said, you know, Glen Clark came here. There were others before him. But Glen Clark came to this constituency and he gave them roads. And one such road was the road in Upperwitz. And every comment that the constituents made, they made it in support of the hard work of Glen Clark. And I can also tell you that the same love that they feel for Glen Clark is the same love Tony Moore is feeling in St. George North. And don't let anybody confuse you about trade unions shouldn't be in Parliament. I can tell you about what happens in Rwanda. I saw it myself. I can tell you what's happening in Singapore. And Esther Basuku should be able to tell you too, because in 2016, she was on a tour. I was there along with the president, C2 Sub. And she was Minister of Labor at the time we were on the tour. And they talked about the involvement of trade unions in the parliament. So when they come down here trying to tell you foolishness that trade unions should be in parliament, there are several examples. I don't have the time to deal with it tonight, but I will deal with it later on. But I can tell you, not electric bus, but I can tell you that Tony Moore has fought for people. And she will continue to do so in this constituency. Now, you know, it's been 29 months since Barbadians entrusted the Barbados Labour Party to lead this government. And based on the work that the Barbados Labour Party has done, you would think that the Barbados Labour Party held all 30 seats prior to the election. For there were no signs of anything having been done in this country in the previous months prior to the Barbados Labour Party taking office. In all 30 constituencies, we saw neglect and a terrible state of disrepair. And I asked myself, ladies and gentlemen, whether the Dems were like the Jetsons. They jetted off, and they jetted off to another planet each day, ladies and gentlemen, because of the neglect and the despair that we see. And for what? I really don't understand. Because I can't see what they were doing in the ministry, morning after morning. I don't know if they had team meetings, whether they have staff sessions. no opportunities to interact with the people, no consultations. All ministers did were to project themselves on the trot. The Dems' role was to ensure that they had contracts, and that contractors got contracts, and that they had projects, and how much money the projects were given. And I suspect that was their only focus, ladies and gentlemen. And you know, they had off-site meetings too, the Dems, in the dead of the night, involving brown bags and black Jeeps, BMW Jeeps. And I say to you that during those 10 lost years, invoices were being tendered and checks were being dispersed, but no work was being carried out. Nothing was on track, and even less, we were not even moving in the right direction. So this evening, I really want to ask the Democratic Labour Party, where do they get off this evening? Turning up in this constituency, begging for votes against such a dismal record. Challenge after challenge, problem after problem during their term in office. A lot of money spent and nothing to be seen, ladies and gentlemen. The water problem. 10 years of neglect. 10 years of neglect. They refuse to fix the water problems in Barbados. The people have been crying out for help, and the Dems refuse them to help them. So when they turn up, knocking on your door and begging for vote, I want you to remind the Democratic Labour Party of the 10 years of neglect and that they did nothing to enhance the water supply in Barbados. A price that the residents are paying for the lack of progress under the Dems some 10 years ago. And when I tell you about water challenges, when I tell you that they neglected the water supply issues, and that projects were only proposed and checks were written and no work was done, believe you me, no work was done. So can the Dems be really serious? Can they be serious coming into St. George North, begging people for votes after such a dismal record? Do you think that they're serious, ladies and gentlemen? They can't be serious with such a track record. We came to office, we understood the plight of the people, and you know what we did? We took action because we know the people wanted stuff done, and we decided we were going to fix them. And we went to work right away. We didn't write checks for no work. We contracted, not one contractor, but 6 and 7 contractors on a project in Vineyard. What you refer to as the Vineyard Water Augmentation Project, to ensure that the people who've been suffering for more than 10 years can get water, that those persons now, when the project is finished, will be able to get water. Not only the people of St. John, St. Joseph, parts of St. Andrew and St. Thomas, and right down here in St. George North. That is what we went to work to do for you. So when they come begging you for the vote, I want you to tell them that that the Dems did tell them they did nothing about the water problems, and that the Barbados Labour Party came to office, and within 29 months, the Barbados Labour Party working hard day and night to ensure that you get water. Can the Dems be serious? And we're spending $14.2 million on that project, and 7.3 kilometers of new mains. Like I told you, 7 contractors engaged, not one. That is the difference in the Barbados Labour Party. And we have other main lanes projects going on as well in that area that will trickle all through. And you've seen them. You've seen them in parts of St. George, even down in Upperwitz, when they had to reinstate the road for you. All those are water mains, new water mains being put in to service you, the people of St. George North. Over $32 million being spent in just under 29 months to ensure that you have an adequate supply of water. But you know, I said it on the last time I spoke. I said it at Flat Rock. Water is a basic human right. And I will not rest along with Minister Griffith until we collectively, another electric bus going all the way to Bathsheba. All the way down to Bathsheba is going. But the Dems can't be serious. They can't be serious. when they spent $110 million on a smart water meter project. $110 million. Can't get water. $110 million for a little smart water meter box. That is what they're spent. But tonight is not the time for that. Because you know there's going to come a time when they're going to have to put some of them on the political platform. And we are waiting for them. But tell them that I know what went down. I am not a forensic accountant, nor have been trained in finance. But $110 million in water smart meter project, somebody has to answer for it. They've got to answer for it. You can't get roads. You can't get water. They can buy a bus for you, but they're going to invest $110 million in a smart water meter project, and you can't see any benefits of it. But we will talk about that later. I'm not going to tell you about the additional plans, but we have plans to address the water problems in Barbados. We are going to set up 2 permanent desalination plants in Barbados, not at the price tag that they're advocating, that they sign off, not at that price tag. But we are going to ensure that we have a consistent supply of water in Barbados. And believe me, your Barbados Labour Party government is working around the clock to ensure we have success with this water challenge that we're encountering. And we are going to succeed. But I also want to tell you about roads too. Because I am proud of Barbadians for the positive manner in which they are enduring the cause of disruptions and inconveniences across the length and breadth of Barbados. If you think it is major for you as motorists impacted by the delays and the diversions all across Barbados, think for a moment about the operational chart erected on the walls of my ministry. No previous government, and I repeat this, no previous government has inherited such a mess. The entire country, ladies and gentlemen, was in urgent need of care. All 30 constituencies are crying out for help with roads because the Dems did not take care of the roads. They took care of themselves. They took good care of themselves, but they didn't take care of the roads. All 30 constituencies crying out. Roads were not rehabilitated. And the Dems, as you know, left a lot of potholes. They also left a lot of unfinished roads right here in St. George North. The Link Road, for example. But I can also tell you, the people of St. George North, that we have some roads earmarked for you too. We got Market Hill to Locust Hall earmarked for you. Bridgecote to Cottage. The road by the old post office. And several other community roads that we are going to fix for you, the people of St. George North. I ask you, when they turn up, knocking on your door, begging for a vote, I want you to ask them why they didn't fix the roads. Why they didn't fix the roads? When they come knocking for a vote for the Dems, ask them again why you didn't fix the roads, why you didn't fix the water supply. That is what happened in this Barbados. And let me tell you this. Let us be frank. Roads don't go bad after 29 months. We've been in office for 29 months. And the state of roads is but a shocking sight to see. But you know what? You're carrying Barbados Labour Party government. And if I may add, my ministry, we are going to fix as many roads across Barbados in this our first term. And that is true, and we're doing it already. And let me tell you how we've done it. Since 2018, and I asked the ministry for the information, your Barbados Labour Party government has spent $26 million on roads in this country. And we spent it from 2018 to the 2019 financial year, and then 20 to 21 financial year. We have additional $4 million in the ministry's budget. And let me tell you this. one thing they can tell you, the ministry will tell you about me, I intend to spend all $4 million on roads as well that we have voted. And I can tell you that and I will also tell you that I'm going to have to ask the Prime Minister if she has the elbow room, because we have a lot more roads to do. And that's only what is in the ministry's budget. But I can also tell you that for the first time in a post-independent Barbados, that your Barbados Labour Party government will be spending $230 million on a Scotland road improvement project, servicing all roads within the Scotland district. And I tell you, I brought the list tonight. We are going to rehabilitate those roads. $230 million that we are going to spend in roads in the Scotland district. And you know, when I tell you about the Scotland district, you know what I'm referring to. We're talking about St. Andrew, St. Joseph, St. John, and parts of St. Thomas. For the first time in a post-independent Barbados, that our government has taken the very bold initiative to execute a $230 million project. And when we talk about roads, we're talking about Trio Path, St. Andrew, starting from Springvale to Friendship, where you go up in Hillaby, from Hillaby to Breakaway, from Baxter to Breakaway, from Greenland to Shorey British, from Belpain to Workers Junction. And if you want to talk about St. Thomas, from the Sturgis Junction to Flower Forest. And when you're going to St. Joseph, you're going from Mellows Junction to Parks Road, from Bonwell Junction to Gags Hill, and I can go on and on. This is what your Barbados Labour Party government will be doing for you. And I had the privilege last Friday to go into St. Joseph with the Attorney General, and I saw the state, the very horrible state of roads down there, and I asked myself, how could a government that served the people for 10 years could have allowed this to happen? When you go over Cleaver's Bridge, a state of disrepair. When you go down Spar Hill, ladies and gentlemen, and we went down there and we interact with the people, because this is a government that is caring, a government that believes you must get out there and you must meet the people and you must talk to them. And I can tell you this too, that, you know, we are going to start Highway 1, Phase 1 tomorrow. Tomorrow that will be starting. And you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? When we have road projects going on in communities, what happens? It is like almost a mini stimulus, because when you have people working, they are going to be spending in their communities. And I can tell you about the other roads, because early next year, we are going to commence Phase 1 of Highway 7. And then we're going to return to Highway 1. And then we're going to go back to Highway 7. And at the same time, believe you me, that we are going to be fixing community roads for you. We are going to pave them. Like I said, don't despair. The Barbados Labour Party government had to put some things in place first. But we got this one for you. And when I tell you we have this one for you, I assure you that we are going to fix the roads for you. We are not only fixing roads, we have a weeding program in an effort to improve the aesthetics and the aesthetic appearances around Barbados, especially with our highways. What we have done, we have engaged the services of 70 contract weeders, costing the government about $1.5 million annually. You know, and that is the difference between this government. We are putting people to work. We've also engaged in a sanitization project where we are sanitizing public transport in Barbados. We employed 18 persons there to ensure we prevent the spread of COVID on public transport, ladies and gentlemen. And talking about drainage, we are working on that. We have done significant work in the cleaning of drains and culverts in Barbados. Dams and ponds. If you go up in Work Hall, you will see an area that used to be flooded. Today, that area doesn't flood as it used to be. Greenage Road, just off of Hinesbury Road, had a major problem with drainage in that area, including some sewage. And we are busy at work fixing it for the people of Greenage Road. And that will allow drainage to alleviate flooding in that area. And when we go further into Murphy Pasture, Emerton Lane, your government decided that it will not allow people's homes to be flooded out in the Murphy Pasture, Emerton area. And we went there and we implemented a project where we are expanding the drainage to ensure that the people of Murphy's Pasture, like Greenage Road, wouldn't be flooded out anymore. And you have seen the works that we've commenced in drainage. Once before, you will see water running off after those heavy but sharp downpours. But you know what's happening? After sudden and prolonged and sharp rainfall, storm water flowing off like no tomorrow. You get a settlement, and then within a matter of hours, it goes. You know why? Because the Barbados Labour Party and my ministry, we have been hard at work ensuring that we clear the culverts and the drains to ensure, and the salt ponds in every area to allow drainage to flow, because we believe that you, like all of us living in Barbados, must have an opportunity to avoid any flooding in your homes, and that is what we've done. We also purchased 4 trash pumps to ensure we have the equipment necessary to do pumping in the event of any serious threats, and we didn't have any before. That is what your Barbados Labour Party government did. And I can tell you about the other things. But let me also tell you about public transport. And you saw the buses passing up and down tonight. When we came to office, there were people who used to stand and wait at a bus stop for long, long periods. Tonight I ask you, Market Hill, are you waiting long, long periods for any buses anymore? I know you're not waiting, but the Dems for 10 years didn't buy one bus. Not one bus they bought in 10 years. And look what your government has done. Came to office, recognized there was a problem, went out and bought 33 electric buses. And you know, they say the buses won't be able to go down Bathsheba. Where you see the proof tonight, the bus sign, Bathsheba, heading down to Bathsheba, can go down Horse Hill, up Farley Hill, and down Farley Hill and come back. And the critics said they wouldn't make them. But your government went to work, bought 33 buses, and I'm pleased to tell you tonight that they're working so well that your government, your Barbados Labour Party government, just took the decision to buy an additional 14 electric buses, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to get them here at least within 6 months' time or sooner. So that when we're finished, we would have had 47 electric buses in 29 months, you know. In 29 months, by a stroke of a pen, we will have ordered a total of 49 buses, 33 here and 14 on the way soon. That is what your government, versus 0 that the Democratic Labour Party bought when they were in office for 10 years. So I say to you, St. George North, contrast the record. Contrast the record. 0 under the Democratic Labour Party. 47 under the Barbados Labour Party in 29 months, ladies and gentlemen. So when these people come asking you for a vote, and they turn up at your door trying to knock at your door asking you for a vote, ask them why they didn't buy a bus in 10 years. Ask them why they didn't fix the roads in 10 years. And ask them why they didn't give you a better quality of life in 10 years, ladies and gentlemen. And I can go on and tell you, because we have more plans. We got plans for the people who operate in the TAP program. The Barbados Labour Party started a TAP program, the Transport Augmentation Program, that involve entrepreneurs, persons who have vans and who want to purchase buses to come in and work in the public transport system of Barbados. And when you go around Barbados, you see about almost 80 of them on the roads, and they have applications for another 200. That is what your Barbados Labour Party has been doing. So I say to you, your choice in this by-election is clear. On the record of a very short 29 months in office, your government continues to deliver. The Barbados Labour Party is delivering. So when the Dems come to you and they ask you for your vote, I want you to ask them, what did you do with the money? When the Dems come asking you for their vote, I want you to ask them, why weren't you as hard-working, as engaged as the Barbados Labour Party ministers, working hard to improve life for the people of Barbados? In a short 29 months, in a very short 29 months, we have done a lot. We have stabilized the economy. We have avoided downgrades. We have renegotiated debt. We gave the public servants an increase, I believe 5% increase after almost 10 years without an increase. We restored Barbados' credibility and reputation abroad, managing an economy in COVID period with a pandemic that the world has never seen before. We have built foreign reserves of over $2 billion to be utilized just in the event that the world economy does not change. Your government protecting you at all costs. And the entire country, like I said, was left by the Dems in urgent need of care. That is what your Barbados Labour Party government has been working to do. And by your actions, St. George North, you can see a government committed to making life better for you. But we have more to do. Stay the course with the Barbados Labour Party. I know when you go to the polls, the people of St. George North, that you will vote in your numbers for Tony Moore. I'm certain about that. But I want to say to you that this Barbados Labour Party will never fail you. This Barbados Labour Party will never tire of working on your behalf. This Barbados Labour Party will deliver and continue to do so. This Barbados Labour Party will make you proud. This Barbados Labour Party will continue to bring a better life to you, the people of Barbados. This Barbados Labour Party will bring an adequate and consistent supply of water, roads, and we are going to continue to improve our drainage. And as you can see, we are going to deliver even more buses. I say to you, your choice is clear. When you go to the polls, vote for Tony Moore. Give her your X in large numbers because the Barbados Labour Party and the people of St. George North deserve it. I thank you and good night.
Ian Gill. Attention, we need your attention. We found a man we could trust, a man of action, good representation. We know he'll take good care of us. Ian is the right man, a man with a real plan, a friend we know we can trust. So do not
Wow. Give it up one more time for Ian getting that jail. Lord, you hear about all the things that are going to be happening within a couple of months going into the new year with roads in this country. In 2.5 years, one party could come, get things done, have projections for other things to do, what a previous administration could not do in 10 years. Unbelievable, but true. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a lot more coming. But I want to deal with something because a little birdie told me that a gentleman by the name of Steve Blackett was talking about democracy is under threat. He said democracy is under threat and that you need to vote. Now, hold on 1 minute. Wherever in the world have you ever heard anybody go to vote for opposition? You just vote for a party to take care of you. Who votes for an opposition? This makes absolutely no sense. But then again, these people believe that Barbadians got short memories and they're banking on it. And while they're talking about this and about that and all of these things, and moral behavior and all this lot of talk, They seem to forget why Barbadians turned their backs on them because of the behavior that they exhibited during the last election. Everybody seemed to forget how they cursed left, right, and center, from the Prime Minister back down. Call them all sorts of names, all sorts of things. And all of a sudden now, they turn into angels. Well. I don't want to say anymore. I know that the people in St. George North want more, and they will get more. But I am going to bring a fighter to you, a real fighter, a person that inherited a ministry that if she was not the kind of person she is, it would probably overwhelm her. Ladies and gentlemen, a woman of my heart, a real minister of education, finally. Please, make some noise. Put your hands together. This is the Barbados Labour Party that is looking after you, looking after your children. Make sure that they get back into university. This is the party that did it. Please welcome to the stage, Santia, Bradshaw.
Are you ready? Are you ready? When the roll is called out, I'll be standing taller to face the darkest and the hardest of times. We'll be taking care of all the children thereof, but if it's required, we'll be on the front line. You can
call me by my name. I will be on the front line. That is what I promised you, Barbados Labour Party. That is what I promised you, the good people of this country, and I have not retreated from that position. As John King said to you, if I was a different person, with all the things that I came and I found in the Ministry of Education, and with all the things that I have just gone through over the last year, I would have run for cover. But I promised you, at every single meeting, every single interaction, under the leadership of Mia Mottley, that as Jeffrey Bostic said, there wasn't going to be no retreat and no surrender. You all put us here to do a job. And we understood that whatever we came and we found, we had to face it and we had to fix it. So tonight, as I was coming up to this meeting, it looked as though in Newberry, nobody wanted to give the Democratic Labour Party any electricity. Because there was about a handful of people and no lights. But I understand that they are going to be in darkness for a little while. But tonight, I want to take a moment to reflect. Because it is okay for us to have a by-election and to be out in our numbers in the various communities of St. George North. But you and I know that you didn't see these people up and down the length and breadth of Barbados before the election in 2018, and you certainly didn't see them over the course of the last few months either. Many of them told you they ain't coming back. They didn't want to see you, they're done with elective politics. Even in my own ministry, the Ministry of Education, just after a few days of the general election, the minister, the former minister, told the people of this country, he ain't coming back. He on a journey. He got other things to do. And 2 months later, an announcement was made that the former Minister of Education was now the Vice Chancellor of an offshore medical school, for which, when he was the minister, he gave a charter under the rules and this legislation of this country. You understand what I'm saying? Because I then came into the ministry, a little bewildered that there are some things in public life that you don't have to put in writing and tell politicians they mustn't do. There are some things that if you have any kind of moral compass, you will know that you are not supposed to do. You don't give people work, you don't give people licenses, and then turn around and find a way just as soon as the bell is rung to be on their boards or to be involved in any management capacity. But it didn't end there. Because I came to find out, as I started to dig a little bit more, that the same former minister was also the vice chancellor of another offshore medical university in Barbados, for which he also gave a charter to. So it isn't just one university. It is two offshore medical universities that his name has been affixed to, and now it would have been drawing his salary from as a result of his association to those two institutions. I want you to understand that these people have not changed, and that when Ronald Jones and others come knocking at the door in St. George North, you have to ask some questions about their credibility. You have to ask some questions to understand from them about their accountability. You have to ask some questions about them being transparent as well. Because these are the things that across the length and breadth of Barbados, people stood up in their numbers and said enough was enough. We were tired of people not coming to work and doing what they were supposed to do in our name. I spent a year overseas, and the first thing I did when I was in Miami is make sure I had internet access and a computer. And I made sure I was still able to do the work of the people of this country because y'all put me there. I didn't go in to try to see which contracts I could get. I didn't go in to elevate myself in any way to see what I could come out with at the end of my tenure. No. I came to serve the people. And I want you to understand, because the importance of what the former minister has done in relation to education. You have made a mockery of the position of minister of education, because everybody feel now that Barbados is a free-for-all, that every minister on the take. And what galls me, that these people can go and come to your door and try to beg for a vote for Mr. Reefer, is that this is the same man and the same people that also would have known about Washington University, the one that was up by Miss Ram, which found itself in a situation where students were complaining about the treatment, the conditions, and this same minister did nothing, bringing Barbados' reputation into disrepute over something that the government had control over. But you know what? If they will treat our people the way they did, they will treat other people like that with that scant disregard. Now, I want to tell you that if the former minister had spent more time in his ministry, he would also have understood that on coming to office for me, I should have had a platform on which to be able to kick off the complete projects that he had started. But instead, what did I find? There was a period where when I came to the Ministry of Education that I began to feel like I was the Minister of School Closures. Because all I was doing was closing schools because of bees, bats, rats, mice, dogs, cats, everything, environmental issues. That is all I was doing. Water was going off. The roofs were leaking. Y'all understand what we inherited? And I had to step back because I said to myself, the people of this country, the young people of this country deserve better. Our teachers deserve to be in an environment where not only they can teach, but also where children have the ability and the capacity to be able to learn as well. How do you learn in a classroom where it is leaking? How do you send your children off to school knowing that sometimes your own conditions may not be that good, but when they get to school and they have to use the bathroom, they too find themselves in a situation where the bathrooms are not in a good condition? I saw bathrooms in this country when I took up office where young women, young ladies in this country had toilet facilities where there were no cubicles separating toilets one from each other. And the last administration saw nothing wrong with that. I came to office and I realized, but we just responding to all these emergency situations. Every time there's an issue, people complain, and all of a sudden you can find the money to pick up, to go to put out the fire. And I said, no, something is wrong with that. That is not what my leader taught me. So I started to dig a little deeper to try to understand what it is that I had really inherited. And I recognized that a few years before, back in 2012, the Democratic Labour Party attempted to build on what many of you know as EduTech. They called this program ESEC 2. They wanted to build on what our Prime Minister did with EduTech. And they identified a number of schools across this country that needed renovations. In some cases, some of them needed to be rebuilt. In some cases, they needed to build additional classrooms. And they proceeded to start discussions with the Caribbean Development Bank for the purpose of borrowing $70 million. I want you to understand, $70 million, of which there were two components. One was a civil works component, for which you would have been able to see a number of the repairs done across the school plants. And the other component was teacher training. Both necessary, because having built out the technology under EduTech, you had to make sure that you had all the Wi-Fi connectivity. You had to make sure that you had all of the school plants in order. And you had to make sure that your teachers were in a position to teach in the classroom. So no issues with them going after $70 million. But out of that $70 million, $64 million was the component that would have guaranteed that a number of our schools across this island would have also had a full rebuild or renovations being done to them. Out of that $64 million, there was supposed to be a new secondary school as well. Have y'all seen the new secondary school? Because when we came to office, there was no new secondary school. There was no more money because the Democratic Labour Party lost the opportunity to be able to secure the financing for the $64 million from the Caribbean Development Bank. I want y'all to digest what I am saying tonight. Because I want you to understand that when you hear them say the Minister of Education ain't open the schools on time, and the Minister of Education gonna close another school, I don't do it because I want to do it. I do it because I understand what I have inherited, and I have a responsibility to look after the safety of the people of this country, and in particular our children and our teachers. I do it because I understand what I inherited. But unlike the last administration that would complain and point the finger, this administration don't just point the finger. We tell you how we are going to fix the problem as well. So I set about to find out what were all the problems across the schools, what are all the environmental issues, what are all the leaky faucets that want fixing, all the doors that need replacing, everything. And we were able, with the assistance of the IDB, to start a program of doing audits of our secondary schools, so that we understood what the structural issues were with the school plans. Because having lost this $70 million, we now got to start again to be able to go after international financing in order to be able to assist us. Otherwise, it is going to break the back of the Treasury trying to repair every single school across this country. And many of you know what I'm talking about. It is hurtful to know that these people can come knocking at your door in this constituency and begging for a vote. It is disrespectful. The candidate who is running has not collided yet with the fact that the Democratic Labour Party record is not one to even represent or want to even give any kind of credibility to. But they want you to believe that we got all these problems in our educational system all of a sudden, that the Labour Party is presiding over these things. Well, yes, we're presiding, but we also are fixing. And I want you, because you are the foot soldiers, you are the people in the communities who have to be able to articulate and to let people know what the Barbados Labour Party has been doing. And I want to take a few moments to tell you, because it is easy for the Democratic Labour Party to gallop along, making you believe that nothing is being done. Since we came to office, and since highlighting the number of the issues that exist within the primary and the secondary school plans, we were able, first of all, because we went external before we came internal. We got some money from UNICEF, $500,000, to be able to install water tanks across a number of our schools, 18 schools, primary and secondary schools. In St. George, Worklands Primary, St. George Secondary, St. George Primary, St. Jude's Primary School were all allocated with water tanks under that program. We didn't say we picking and choosing which constituency get. Well, we got all. So we're going to fix all. As many as we can, we're going to fix. We didn't pick and choose. We also, in an effort to improve the conditions of the bathroom facilities, which I've highlighted to you, were a total mess in this country across our school plants. We said we would put in place a disaster preparedness initiative. And under that initiative, it was twofold. We're fixing the schools because we understand the need for that. But we also understand that when we have a natural disaster, we all, at some point in time, see people going to the shelters, which are also schools. And therefore, we have a responsibility to make sure that we put our schools in a position where if people have to go to the schools, that they are comfortable as well. We put $2 million into our bathroom renovations. We also took up government funds and put $1.48 million into 61 primary and secondary schools to make sure that they have the installation of water tanks. We didn't stop there. We realized that in many cases, many of these Category 1 shelters required what you call the shutters, the rollerblade shutters. So we also took up money and we said we're going to do 20 Category 1 shelters and we're going to spend another $855,000 on that. All of them today have been completed. All 20 have been completed. And I want to tell you that we're not stopping there either, because we are also looking at being able to expand to a number of other locations, about 9 that we have identified, because we understand that the safety of our people is critical, especially in a natural disaster. If funds are available, I know that the Honorable Prime Minister and the Ministry of Finance will allocate the funds necessary to be able to put that program in place. But we didn't stop there. We've put generators and fuel storage tanks across 21 Category 1 emergency shelters in this country. 11 of those 21 have been completed at a cost of $2.6 million. So in the event of a disaster, in the event of a shutdown, you have power at a number of our Category 1 shelters. We didn't stop there. We also made provision for the installation of 12 portable water tanks at both the Category 1 and the Category 2 emergency shelters at the cost of $291,000. We also made sure that we put more money into the bathrooms, because at the end of the day, we understand the responsibility to our students and to this country. When you look at what the Barbados Labour Party has spent in relation to our schools, I am proud to stand here as minister and to say that I have a political leader, a prime minister of this country, that every time I knock on her door and I say, Madam Prime Minister, you got to respond to the call of the students and the teachers of this country. She finds a little money in the kitty to put there to be able to assist the Ministry of Education, because she understands at her core the importance of education in this country. We had budgeted $3.6 million in 2018, 2019 when we came in. That's what was left for us to spend on what is called the domestic summer programs, the improvement to the primary schools. When I talked to the Prime Minister and we realized what was going on, she put in an extra set of money, which took us up to $5 million. A total of 8.6 million, of which 5 million would have gone to the disaster management program. 2019-2020, we started with 3.2 million in the budget. This was topped up to 5.7 million, of which we ended up spending 5.4 million. The Democratic Labour Party never spent that amount of money on our school plants in the 10 years in which they were in office. Then there was a school called St. Giles Primary. Many of you may be familiar with it. Many of you may be old scholars of the school. They had a proposal to fix the roof of the Coral Storm building, the main building at St. Giles, at a cost of $250,000. Well, you know, I come up in construction. I understand real estate. I understand that you can't take off a roof off of a soft stone building and expect that you can put it back on without spending a little bit more money. So I went in to visit the school and realized that these people had to be out of their mind, because what you were doing was failing to recognize that the building was termite infested, that the students had no stage on which they could perform or have prayers. There were no proper facilities because the termite infestation had taken over the entire facility, but all they were concerned about was a roof. And this minister said, no, that is not what we came to office to do. We came to office to improve the lives of our people. And if it would have cost $250,000, or what they then revised as $350,000, we ended up spending $1 million on the St. Giles Primary School, and they have a beautiful, fantastic building that all of the students now can fit within the assembly hall. That is what the Barbados Labour Party will do. That is what we promised you we will do, and that is what we have done. I want to talk to you about St. George Secondary. I told you at the last meeting we spent over $1 million there. And why? Because I recognize that a lot of times the children at the bottom of our newer secondary schools never get the resources that are necessary to be able to lift them up. And it got to stop under this administration. It got to stop under this minister. Because we got to put the resources to the schools which have been deprived for years by a wicked Democratic Labour Party administration. We have said we are going to beautify the schools. You have seen across many of the schools, we start to add color, start to add life. If I had my way, I would paint them all red. We start to do it because we understand that color matters, that it makes people feel better about themselves. And equally, it makes children going into a school feel good. It makes teachers feel good about going into a learning environment. So what did we decide we were going to do next? We said we needed money to do some of the electrical upgrades that the same Democratic Labour Party administration had not done for the last 10 years. They understood what the problems were, you know. And I want that when Floyd Riffer and the rest of the Democratic Labour Party team come knocking at your door, that you ask them, what did they do with the money? Why did they not spend the money on education? A party that came out of the bosom, boasting of education through the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow, but yet cannot find it necessary to be able to put major resources behind education. But don't start me, because this is the same government that no longer resembles what it started out looking like. They don't even remember the legacy of Errol Barrow. They don't. I recall having a conversation with former Prime Minister Stewart, and he told me, Santia, he said, Barrow said education was to be free, but he didn't say it was going to be free forever. And that was the basis upon which the Democratic Labour Party took the view that they could take away from poor people, middle-class people in this country the opportunity to go to the University of the West Indies to get a tertiary education. They took that away from us. But this Barbados Labour Party administration gave it back to you within the first 6 months of office, so that your children and future generations of this country could enjoy the opportunity to have a decent education. because we know that education is what lifts our people out of poverty. We said we're going to do electrical upgrades. We said we're going to spend $4.4 million. We got it lined up there. The Prime Minister done put it aside for the Ministry of Education. The only thing stopping us is that we're back in school. But we're going to do it because we understand our responsibility to our people. We are in a COVID-19 environment. We could have been prepared for this day where we had to see our children having to use devices. If the Democratic Labour Party understood the vision of the Prime Minister when she was Minister of Education in relation to EduTech, to put technology into the hands of our people, if they only understood it, if they could only smell it, they would appreciate the vision that was hers. All they have been interested in is the photo ops, taking pictures with the People's Republic of China, getting 9,000 tablets which sitting down in cupboards and nobody is using. That's what they were interested in. We have said as a government that we are going to invest in this environment the sum of $14 million to be able to put into the hands of our students and our teachers 21,385 devices. 21,385 devices, because we understand that every child don't have a device. Parents are struggling and they may not be able to afford it. And we will not sit as a government and cry wolf and say, oh, well, we didn't know that COVID was coming and we can't do anything. We are prepared to make the sacrifice to take us to the point where we are in a position to give our people what we want. We have also said that our curriculum has to start to look different. We've said that we're going to introduce coding and robotics into our schools. We started the training already. And we are outputting over $528,000 on robotics kits, which are going to be deployed across 21 secondary schools, 5 primary, 5 nursery, and 3 special schools, because we ain't leaving out the special needs children in this country either. And we are using, as the person to assist us with this, one of our own, Professor Cardinal Ward of the Caribbean Science Foundation, a man that is well respected internationally as being one of the brilliant minds when it comes to creativity and ingenuity in the global arena. But you see, the problem is that without a vision, the people go perish. And the good thing is that under Democratic Labour Party administration, sometimes I feel we have too much vision. We see too many things down the road that the Democratic Labour Party administration cannot see. I understand when the cry came in education about violence in schools. You know what galls me? The fact that the last administration would have the audacity to tell us about how violent the children are, how the children bad behave. But they would pay a man by the name of Dennis Holder, who ran against the Attorney General, the sum of $6,797 every single month from 2013 until April of 2018, 5 years, in order to advise the Ministry of Education on deviance in schools. And to this day, we have nothing to show for the reports of the said Dennis Holder. That is the nature of the Democratic Labour Party. So when they come knocking, I want you to ask them some questions. What did they do with the money? Why did they not put that money to you, the people of this country? Why did the school meal center also have cost overruns of over $7 million, which the Barbados Labour Party has committed that we will put another $3 million in order to be able to complete? They need to tell you about that. Because all these people across this country that ask me for school meals jobs, the answer is to be given by the Democratic Labour Party as to where that money has gone and why you are not in a position to be engaged in the system, because we are not without the money at this point in time. You need to ask the questions of them. And tonight, therefore, people, my job is simple. I can go on and dig up all the skeletons of the Democratic Labour Party, but it is also my responsibility to let you know that there is money being well spent in your name, and that this Labour Party can defend all of the money that you have allowed us to be able to put out there for the people of this country. I want you, when you go to the polls on the 11th of November, let your mind be clear as to who the next representative for this constituency must be. Tony Moore is by far the biggest horse in this race. And she's not just in the biggest horse because she's a woman, but she has represented Labour. And for those who are Labour Party, people understand the connection between Labour and the Barbados Labour Party. And we need to bring home this seat and have the continued representation that Glen Clark has given to the people of this constituency. I thank you all, and good night.
You can call me by my name, I am ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same, how the story's been told. Call me anytime, never cop out. Lioness is on the rise, don't you ever have doubt. Never say never, willingness forever to fight and be strong. Once it's for better, I'll write every letter and moving right along. And I'll roll with the punches, accept changes, work with the...
People, you have heard the Minister of Education. Isn't she powerful? Haven't you heard the good work that we've been doing? But this evening is interesting. We've been hearing from the Democratic Labour Party about their interest, their newfound interest in St. George North. They have told you, and every night they're doing it, in their shop crawls and whatever, and their sport meetings, that they've brought a candidate from among you to represent you. They've spoken about Tony Moore in disparaging tones. They have questioned her integrity as it relates to the trade union. I don't have to defend her record. I think her record speaks for itself. But I believe that if a young man from this area, from among you, is seeking to represent you, he must be perfectly honest and truthful with you. And so, I should not be receiving any information about a Mr. Floyd Reefer who is out here every day canvassing. I should not be receiving information that he is currently in discussion with the Cricket West Indies to tour New Zealand. The team is supposed to be departing on the 27th supposed to be departing shortly towards the end of this month to New Zealand. We'll go into quarantine for 2 weeks and to start the first game on the 27th of November. Now, how could it be possible for Mr. Reefer to seek to represent you, the good people of St. George, and not tell you that while he is doing this and seeking to get your vote and how much he cares for you, he is actively trying to secure a contract to travel with Cricket West Indies to tour New Zealand. Talk about integrity. Talk about honesty. Talk about commitment. That is as much as I will say on this right now. But the next person who I am going to introduce to you knows what it is to be committed to people, knows what it is to be dedicated to you. And he has shown it to you over the last 26 years in terms of his commitment to you and in terms of the work he has done for you. Certainly in this area, the Groves Road, the sidewalk projects which he started and which the wicked DLP stopped for 10 years. And of course, the Link Bridge
from Roach Village to Bel Air. This is the sort of person that you need to represent you. And this is what Glen Clark has done for you. They've had a lot to say about him. But one thing you can say for Glen Clark, he has stayed the course with you through thick and thin. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite Comrade Glen Clark to the platform this evening to address you. As I give you Glen Clark.
Where we're coming from and where we are today, yes. We gotta say thank you, and Lord. And yes, you promised to deliver us, got us in every way. We gotta say thank you, and we not stop. Thank him for waking me this morning. Thank him.
Good night to the people of Market Hill. Good night to Bridgecourt, surrounding areas, Bel Air, and all the folks from Newbury and Groves Cottage. Good night and thank you. Tonight, my duty is to thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve at the highest of in Parliament. I want to thank you for that honor. I want to thank you too for staying with the Barbados Labour Party for the last 26 years. I want to thank the people of St. George North for giving me great victories at the poll. Last election, we got 81% of the votes. Do you know what 81% of the vote is? 81% of the votes we received. And I am sure, come November the 11th, you will do the same thing for Tony Moore. I want to thank the people of St. George North. I want to endorse her as the candidate most suitable for this election. I want to endorse her as a sociable person, committed to the task of carrying the work forward on behalf of the people of this constituency. I want to thank you for the people here who have walked with us over the past couple of days. Only yesterday, we went into Groves and the response was terrific. Every man jack is going to vote for Tony in the Groves area. Market Hill, Old Post Office, the response has been very warm and well. I want to thank the people of Bel Air. I want to thank all of you who have seen her and have committed yourself to endorse this lady. And I'm sure that you will give her that vote on the 11th of November. We just want you to come out as early as you can and vote all day for Tony Moore. But when you look, ladies and gentlemen, at this election, what do we say? What can we say about the Democratic Labour Party? What can we say about the Dems? For 10 years, as you've heard the chairman say, and other speakers on this platform, that they have done very little in this constituency. For 10 years between 2008 and 2018, the Democratic Labour Party has done very little for you. Very little. We left a number of programs by 2008 right here at Market Hill that were not completed by the Dems. Were not completed, and they were the government of the day. The sidewalk that we started from Market Hill right down to Flat Rock or Locust Hall. It was a shame. We cut back about 10 feet of hard rock. MTW in those days cut back that sidewalk to provide a passageway for the young children going to Cuthbert Moor. Do you realize that the Democratic Labour Party for 10 years could not complete that footpath? Right here at St. Augustine Parish Church, we were able to cut back the left side to the grave side. The left of the church, we cut back. The Barbados Labour Party cut that sidewalk. And we were supposed to do the right side by the church. That has not been completed. We were putting sidewalk right up to Market Hill House. Not been completed. These were done in the name of the people of Market Hill, because we recognize in those days that Andrews Sugar Factory, the kids going to Andrews Sugar Factory had to have long hauler trucks. And therefore, the children would be at risk. And we provided that opportunity for them. But the Democratic Labour Party not only abandoned the Andrews Factory project and gave away the steel to their friends, but abandoned the Andrews Factory project. But we believe that the sidewalks at St. Augustine's and Cuthbertmore should have been completed. What about the drainage? You look at the drainage in Market Hill, still the same way. We have to be able to finish that project. But the Democratic Labour Party cannot do it. I want to tell the people of Market Hill this. I want to tell all those people at Groves, Bel Air, Market Hill, wherever you are, Old Post Office. The Democratic Labour Party is not in government. They cannot do anything for you. A vote for Floyd River is a waste of vote. He cannot do anything for you. And my simple message is this. If for 10 years the Democratic Labour Party did not do a single thing for you, do you really believe they're going to do something tonight or if elected? Cannot. The Dems cannot do anything for anybody. They cannot provide employment for you. They cannot provide housing for you. They have not fixed a single house in this constituency for old people. They cannot do it. We had 3 houses at Grove to be fixed for 3 old people up there. The Dems have not completed it. The Dems are sick in the head. We now have to go in there and provide this. We were able, since we came to power, since we came to office in 2018, to provide 3 houses at Bel Air, at Rhodes Village, for the elderly. We were able to do it. We started the roads, but of course the COVID came in, so we have to now get back to the Bridgecourt Road. And I heard Minister of Public Works stating tonight that the roads from Market Hill to Bridgecourt has to be completed, and we will complete it. We will also complete the sidewalk that we have started, because we started it up to 2007, have not been done. And tonight what we have, the Democratic Labour Party telling you that they want you to elect them. The people of St. George has never been stupid. We have always found a way to endorse a candidate who understands the people of St. George. Reefer does not understand you, and he does not deserve your vote. I want to say to you that the people of St. George cannot select the Democratic Labour Party. Look at the pavilion at the Glebe. A pavilion that was started up to 2007. And by 2008, all the materials that we had were drawn away. This is what the Democratic Labour Party has done for you. And then you hear that Reefer is hurting. Reefer is hurting because of some comment. I am saying to you, he cannot be hurting. What about the people who cannot walk on those sidewalks? Are they not hurting? What about the old people who have not had their house repaired? Are they not hurting? What about people who go to St. Augustine Church? Are they not hurting because they cannot walk properly in that curve? I am saying to you that the people who travel on the road from here to Cottage, they are also hurting. The people who travel on this road from Market Hill Service Station to Bridgecourt is hurting. Look at the new buses that we have provided for you. Look at the buses. Not a single bus was provided by the Democratic Labour Party in 10 years. Let them talk about that. So when Reefer comes down here with a big entourage, let him know quite carefully that you will not vote for the Democratic Labour Party because they cannot do anything for you. They cannot do anything for you. Cannot provide employment for you. Cannot provide housing. They cannot do a single thing for the people of St. George North. They haven't done it in 10 years, so why do you think they will do it now? I am saying to you, ladies and gentlemen, that when we talk about cricket, They want to talk about cricket. Let's look at the cricket. And I'm sure that our leader will talk about this. That in 2017, and the Dems should be shamed when the women cricket wanted a sponsorship right here in Barbados. The Democratic Labour Party in 2018 refused to sponsor World Cup cricket for women, and they had to go to Antigua. Let's ask them about that. And when you come to St. George, they did not complete the fields at Sweetbottom. They did not complete the field at Sheffield, at Newbury. And I see they have a meeting at Newbury tonight on the land, the field that was provided by the Barbados Labour Party. They did not complete the field at Greens or St. Jude's. We were able to provide sporting facilities all across St. George for the people of St. George because we believe in sports. We believe that cricketers, sportsmen of all class must be properly accommodated. And that's what we were providing for them. So when they come and talk about cricket, they cannot match the Barbados Labour Party because it was us who were able to design, reorganize, and uplift Kensington Oval. We did it in 2007 for Cricket World Cup. Ask them about that. But they could not find the money in 2018 for World Cup cricket for the women. So don't let them come and tell you that they believe in cricket or sports. They do not. They do not. And if the Dems could not do it in 10 years, if the Democratic Labour Party could not do a single thing for you, ask one boy or girl in here. Ask one person in this constituency if they found employment on the Democratic Labour Party. In fact, the Democratic Labour Party sent home over 10,000 workers after we left office in 2008. Lots of workers were sent home by the Democratic Labour Party. Lots of workers that we got employment for. We were able to provide a lot of employment for young boys and girls in this constituency, but they were sent home. Were sent home by the Dems. So what are they telling you tonight? Are they coming to tell you a vote for them, you will be better off? How can you be better off? They're not the government. They cannot find any employment for you. I went through this constituency yesterday evening to number with our candidate. And one girl in Grove said to me, Mr. Clark, my daughter had to drop out of university. She had to drop out of university because she could not pay the tuition fees. And this is what the Dems have done to you. Could not pay the tuition fees. She now gone back and she got a first class honors. I want to thank the Ministry of Education for that. Thank Santia and the Prime Minister for ensuring that tuition fees are paid for young people. If the Dems could not do that, how can they come? I mean, you cannot come up at my door. My girl going to university and had to stop. She had to stop, ladies and gentlemen, and find a job at Popular Supermarket. The woman said so to me, and I almost cried. She had to go and find a job. And luckily the girl, bright, went back into university after we came back to office, and she now have a first class honors degree, looking for a job. And I am sure she will find a job because she's well qualified. And we are finding jobs for people out there. I want to say to you, the only satisfaction in this election is to vote for Tony Moore because employment is coming. I want to tell all the youngsters in the back here by Bel Air that we will find employment for you. Already a number of contracts will be issued to help young people find employment, either in carpentry or in other areas of activity across the economic sphere. So you have to understand that work is coming for you. I know that the COVID has caused a number of persons to be unemployed. Not the fault of the Barbados Labour Party. It's not our fault. But we have inherited that. But we will fix it. I am saying to you tonight that you cannot trust the Dems. If the Dems have not done it in 10 years, do you believe that they can do it now with one man? They cannot. So therefore, a vote for the Democratic Labour Party is a waste of vote. I am saying to the people of St. George North, you have to stay the course. You have stayed the course with me for 26 years. And as I go off, I am sure that Tony will do a good job. I want to say to you tonight that Tony is the best choice in this election. I want to say to you tonight that she is the only choice in this election. We have seen in this election too a number of things happening, that the Dems are spreading all types of propaganda, that you have a hometown boy, a hometown boy. That's what they're saying. But hometown boy, have you ever seen him in Margell? Have you ever seen him in Groves? Have you ever seen him in Newbury? Have you ever seen him across St. George? You haven't seen him? You know of him. You know of him. But what has he done for the people of St. George? I am saying to you that he has done very little, if anything at all. He has done very little. So you have to understand that the Barbados Labour Party is here to protect you. We have seen since we came to office that we have improvement in the affairs of this country. Everybody knows that up to 2008, we had good governance under Owen Arthur. Credible government, economy booming, things doing well. Them took over a country that was doing well. We were putting in roads, houses were being built, economy blooming. When we left office in 2008, the economy was moving, and we have nice, good foreign exchange. The Dems came to power and wasted the money. In fact, the records are clear that between 2008 and 2018, everybody in the world felt that Barbados had the most corrupt government in the world. The most corrupt government, and the Democratic Labour Party has given you corrupt government. If you want to know, ask Donville. Ask Donville about corruption and he will tell you. Don't ask me, ask Donville. And I'm saying to you, ladies and gentlemen, that you cannot trust the Democratic Labour Party at all, at all, at all. We are now providing good, sensible government under Mia Mottley. She's providing good, sensible leadership. And I'm saying to you, don't allow them to come to Syria, because I understand that former member of Parliament for St. Philip, Anthony Wood, is telling the people of St. George, my constituency, St. George, Newbury, why I have to go. Why is he leaving at this time? The Prime Minister and the government feels that I should go to Canada. It's not their business. And we are doing so to represent the people, Barbadians abroad. Everybody that I canvass have said to me, all people I have sent, the people of St. George have said to me, go, it is time, you did your best, go and do your job over there. We are representing Barbadians in Canada as well. And I want to say to the media this, I worked in Canada for 5 years, and we had farm labor program, domestic program, hotel workers, workers with horses, working in tracks. We were able to deliver the job. And it can be done again. We need to find employment wherever we can. We need to find employment. I am saying to those persons who are critical of our move, they had their time. The Democratic Labour Party had their time to do whatever they could have. They did very little for you. They did very little for the people of Barbados. Everybody almost sucked salt. When the Democratic Labour Party left office in 2018, we could not borrow a single thing. I want to tell the people this. We had 4 downgrades. Barbados government could not borrow a single cent. I am saying to you, why is it that the Dems are now feeling upbeat again? To do what? To take over this country again? I hope that I do not see the Democratic ever come back to power in my lifetime. I'm serious about that. Cannot come back to power. The people of Barbados deserve better, and we deserve more. We deserve more. I am saying to you, to the people of St. George North, I want you to vote in your numbers. Do not tolerate the Dems in this constituency at all. We cannot give the legacy that we have inherited for so long. We really cannot in this constituency. I want to tell all my friends, I want to tell all the BLP supporters, I want to tell all of you out there, we have to defend this constituency with whatever we can. Defend this constituency because for 26 years, we served the Barbados Labour Party and we served the people of this constituency. We serve you and we did our best to ensure that you had what we had to do and you were able to help us. I want to tell you tonight that you must stick with the Barbados Labour Party and must vote for Tony Moore all day long. I want the people of GH1 and GF2, GG2, Market Hill, Groves, wherever you are, come out in your large numbers and vote for Tony. I want her to get more votes than I. She must get more votes in this constituency before, because this is a serious business. This is referendum, and I want you to understand to endorse the Barbados Labour Party's program. We have a program in store for you. We'll provide employment. We will provide employment for you. We will provide housing, and we will continue to fix the road and houses for old people. Good night. God bless you. Thank you.
You heard the man himself, Glen Clark, who has given 26 years of human service to this constituency. Give him a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a change in the order, in the batting order. The next speaker wants to be here, wants badly to be here to speak in support of Tony Moore, but is not feeling well and is determined to speak tonight. But before I introduce that speaker, I want to say a few words about Tony Moore. Tony Moore, I've met her, interacted with her in the Senate, fantastic person, serious at times, well-researched, always wanting to make and indeed making very interesting and useful presentations. She is a simple person, very humble, known for her humility, not about glittering and show, not about the flashing lights. She is someone that I'm sure would never kick someone out of a band on Black Rock because they entered that band to get a bottle of water. She would never do that. She's a person who likes people, who looks after the needs and cares about people. And the next person I want to invite to speak cares about the needs of all of us, the citizens not only of St. George, but indeed of all Barbados. This person is the one that you gave your support to in record numbers on the 24th of May, 2018, to deliver you from the destruction which the DLP had wrought this country and its citizens. She is the one who has been leading the recovery of this country over the past 2.5 years. She's the one who you have showed confidence in. She is the one who has shown commitment, dedication to you, the citizens of Barbadians. And she is the one who is going to ensure that Tony Moore is returned on the 11th of November to the House of Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Mottley.
Dreams of brighter days. Giving thanks, giving thanks.
Giving thanks
As the
alive.
days goes by, giving thanks and praise.
As I puff on my window and glance through my window, I realize there's no turning back. Got to complete life's journey, though things get contrary. Got to make it to the top. See, I'm so
Dreams of brighter days. Highest grades we blaze.
I love you too. I love you so much. Good night, everyone. You know, every day don't be the same day. And tonight I'm not in the best sinuses and stomach and thing, but I can make it. Don't worry. But I have come here tonight, and I'm speaking early, confident that I have a team that can close this meeting. Confident that after me, when I introduce Tony Moore and Kerry Simmons, not a fella moving from here tonight. But I have also come here tonight because I had the opportunity on Friday to canvass up the hill with Tony and with Glen. And Glen Clark, where are you? Where are you, Glen? I really want, you're looking like a young boy with this Tony Moore shirt on. Come, stop. You see what I mean? He's looking like a young boy with this shirt on. But I really want to salute him in here to the people of Market Hill and Bridgecourt and St. Augustine and all around Bel Air. And you know why? I have been in public life now for 31 years. Glen, little more than me. But what I have seen Glen Clark do in this campaign, every single day walking with Tony Moore, every single platform speaking for Tony Moore. And I have been around all of the by-elections. I have been around general elections. I have seen men and women transition. But I have never seen the commitment to cause, to constituency, to party, and to the successor that I have seen from Glen Clark in this campaign. I am going to do something unusual because on Friday night, I will have the opportunity to be able to hand out to Glen the highest award of the Barbados Labour Party, the Grantley Adams Award. And I felt that I had to share that with you, the people of St. George North, tonight, because the award is as much yours as it is Glen's. Because in him you saw a man who was committed to you. And you saw a man who never pretended to be God, but pretended that he would just simply, he didn't pretend at all. He just simply wanted to do his best. But what was more important, when I walked every house, every single house on Friday, Glen could tell everybody who there, what they did, what they didn't, from the oldest lady in the community. I could tell you straight, from the body workshop right back down opposite Manny Crickendale. I can come right down and turn the corner and go with you. I can tell you and go down by the Wickhams in the bottom. And I can do that because of this man. And I therefore want tonight to speak to you. Thank you, Glen. And I really want to salute you, as I said, because he deserves the Grantley Adams Award because he embodies. Thank
you, Lord. He embodies what that award is about in terms of commitment, not just to party, but to country and to constituency. And as I said, you, the people of St. George North, took him as a young man. I know that because I was young too, like him. And you nurtured him. And when you felt that you needed to talk to him straight, you talked to him straight. And he took whatever correction he needed to take, and he continued to stay focused on you at all times. You know, it is a crying shame that he could still have to tell you. Have you ever heard an MP talk about so many unfinished projects that were started by him? And in every instance, the last government punished him. They punished me too. The road behind BIM in Friendship Terrace and Lowlands was signed with Rayside by Owen Arthur to do those roads, just in the same way that you heard Jerome and Glen talk about the sidewalks. Not just going up to St. Augustine here. On the other side by the church that was never finished, or the sidewalks going up to Cuthbert Moor so that the little children could walk without fear of anybody knocking them down. But they did the same thing to me. They did it also in Canewood Hill. They did it to Santia Ford. And I'm saying to you that if nothing else, and this is why at Sheffield last week I spoke as I did about colors, red and blue and all of this nonsense, that the other side would want you to believe. This government has come to public life to right the wrongs of the last decade before we became the government. That is what you asked us to do. And that is what we have sought to do. And doing it does not mean that you can twiggle your nose and abracadabra overnight. But I'm confident that the people of Barbados understand that. And that the people of Barbados understand that there is a pattern and a course to life. Just as there is in public life. When we walk this road, there were persons who complained about the roads. And when we started to talk with them and to explain that we're going to get about to dealing with the roads, because we know that you had a decade of almost no paving of roads in this country. In the last few years of the Democratic Labour Party, a few weeks before the campaign, they rushed and triplane that they were putting some asphalt and Barbara Green in some potholes, but without the foundation, like icing on gingerbread, it washed out. Gone. And I am saying to you that when we started to explain to the people on Friday that there's a process, that we had first to make sure we had the money, and then we had first to make sure that we could get around with dealing with the whole issue of the debt restructuring. It wasn't the Barbados Labour Party that carried debt from 6 to 15 billion so that you couldn't get anything done in this country. And you were asking for it. But in spite of all of that, you've heard from Santia talk about the return of our students to the University of the West Indies and the community college so that your children and grandchildren, I met some up this hill on Friday who are now going to the university, one doing hospitality studies, one doing management. And the bottom line is that their parents now don't have to go into the pocket, especially at this time with COVID, to try to make sure that they can stay there. But my friends, I haven't come tonight to speak long. I've come tonight to make a few points. And one of them is to the people of these communities that we are bringing to you in Tony Moore, a woman who, like Glen Clark, understands the essence of representation. And for me, it was a good thing to hear all of the speakers tonight. Cappy Greenage, to hear Ian Gill, Kirk, Santia, because in almost every speech you heard people remain faithful to representation and faithful to national development, saying and talking about what would make a difference in your life. And I am proud to lead a team of people who understand that at every stage of this mandate, that we must be faithful to the people and deliver to make your lives better. You heard Cappy start to go through a scorecard for the government, not for me, for the government and for the people. And on Saturday, I will engage and tell them about the scorecard. Because all of this nonsense, you know, sometimes it is so easy to forget how much we have done in what time. Just under 2.5 years, look at all of the things that have made your life different. Look at how you can now face this dreaded pandemic in a way that had we not done it, you wouldn't be in a position to do so. And instead, what we have, and I get it, you know, I get a lot of it. What we have is all kinds of people wanting to distract. And the newspapers and the media have to carry them. Regardless of what they say, they deserve and must have equal access to the media. And we are the first to say that they should. We're not going to do like they did to the Barbados Labour Party and deny us access to the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation. We don't stop them or their meetings from being broadcast or being covered in the news. But I know what it is to lead the Barbados Labour Party in opposition. And I know what it is I want to even buy time. And CBC refused to accept the checks. But all along they weren't telling us that they were giving the Democratic Labour Party the time for free with a whole long bill that the Dems owe CBC and the government and never paid for the time that they had on CBC television. Abuse of power. If they want to talk about abuse of power, let us start talking about abuse of power. If they want to talk about corruption, let us start talking about corruption. But I choose in this campaign to focus instead at this point in time on your representation. Because at the end of the day, when you hear Tony and you hear Glen and you hear the others on this platform, you hear Jeffrey, all of us talking, Santia, about things that matter to you, Ian. And the bottom line is that on the other side, understand them. Don't get angry, understand them. If you have nothing to talk about, you will snatch at straws. You will snatch at straws. And let us start with Joe Atherley. In this last week, he wants to know whether the Electoral and Boundaries Commission will be ready for the election. It wasn't us who refused to appoint the last EBC for months. And that is the only reason that the Boundaries Commission time comes up now on November 2nd. But what we know is that the government has already discharged our obligation by nominating the 3 members that we are entitled to nominate under the Constitution, and I will say it publicly. And we have sent those names to the Leader of the Opposition for his consultation and are now simply only waiting on him to send his 2 names. Now, whether he sends them or not, our 3 will go forward, because that is how the Constitution is written after we consult. But if all of us do our duty in time, Her Excellency will be in a position to sign the instruments, and there's a seamless transition. But apart from anything else, the Commission does not run the Electoral and Boundaries Commission. There's a Chief Electoral Officer, and there's a registering officer for St. George. But when you say these things, you're intending to create doubt in people's minds because you can't address the real issues of the people of St. George.
because you don't know the real issues of the people of St. George North or St. George South for that matter. And I understand Joe's difficulty, believe you me, because he still cannot forget the fact that he signed the Barbados Labour Party manifesto that we are reporting to you every night on this platform. Progress, progress, progress. So I don't get vexed when you understand where a man stands and why he is where he is and how he got where he got. You don't get vexed with him, you know him. You understand him, you park him one side and you says, poor fella, left him there. But then the other side, snatching at straws too. And the politics of desperation has come in. Now I get it, you know. You have nothing to recommend yourself to the people of St. George North. Your party cannot recommend themselves to the people of St. George North. Your party cannot go round the corner and explain to the parents of the children walking to Cuthbert Moor why there are no sidewalks. You can't go to the congregation of St. Augustine and explain why Glen Clark was able to do the sidewalk on the other side of the road but can't do it by the side of the church. You can't go in the glebe and explain to the people there, you say you love sports, but you didn't touch the pavilion for not 1 year of the 10 years. And then you leave an empty treasury. Well, we have fixed elements of it. And when November came last year and we finished the final foreign debt restructuring, we started to cast our eyes on the capital projects, the roads, the buildings, the pavilions, the accident and emergency, the David Thompson Polyclinic that will give you, the people of St. George, choice whether you want to go to the east and get the service or whether you want to go down to town. You didn't have that under the Democratic Labour Party. But I'm saying to you that if they can't come and recommend themselves to you on these issues, then all they're going to talk about is to talk people's name and then to clutch at straws from this campaign. And let us get it straight. Delisle Bradshaw, and every night you continue to see elders on this platform, it is not our fault that the Democratic Labour Party cannot call on their elders to come and speak on their platform. It is not our fault that they continue to have problems with their own. But Delisle himself admitted to you that the manner or the turn of phrase that he used may not have been the most appropriate and that he could have phrased it differently. He said so. And there are other things going around that make it absolutely clear that what Delisle Bradshaw was speaking about was not anything about ridiculing any class of person in this country. He never said that every cricketer was an idiot. Let's be clear about that. So to be able to jump and say that he is attacking Gary Sobers and Sir Garfield Sobers and everyone else is a nonsense. But I go further. Even if you felt that he shouldn't have said what he said, understand as Olawalran, welcome Kerry Simmons. Kerry, you're going to bat your hand tonight. Understand that what Delisle was doing was pointing out to you that fundamentally the choice about electing someone to Parliament is not about whether they're going to be good on a cricket field. We are proud of our cricketers, have always been. But that does not make them the right person for election to a job in Parliament, which has a different set of skills to representation. And the problem is that they consider, they see the word D-E-B-A-T-E. D-E-B-A-T-E. People who can read understand that it says debate. People who may not be able to read will drop off the E and only see debate. Now you and I know that when we go into Parliament, we're going to debate. And when we go into Kensington, we're going to see debate. Both of them may be in Bridgetown, but one next to the Greenage and one next to the Shallow Draft. So if anybody needs directions as to where you go to debate, let me help and show you where you go. But as you go down the road to want to debate, tell the people why the sidewalks ain't done. Tell the people why the pavilion ain't done. Tell the people why all of the unfinished business in St. George, down to even where you pronounce and you show the man as your candidate. You heard me say in the Glebe 2 Sunday nights ago that they got confused between St. George and George Street. Now, I want to know how in one campaign you can't get George Street and St. George separate. You can't get debate and debate separate. Well, we got a basic problem with reading and understanding. And if I were Floyd, I can't tell him what to do. But if I were Floyd, I would pelt away the speech and talk to the people. Talk to your people. Because whoever writing for you, using words that's so big that I know you come from Cave Hill. I know you work at Cave Hill. But the truth is, the words that you're even using in your statement today got some people to wonder, but wait, what they're really trying to say here? And who really write this? More importantly, can somebody read it for me? Because I don't understand what is going on here. Now, I could talk and talk, but the point that I want you to recall and remember, my friends, and I'm not talking long tonight, but the point I want you to remember is that fundamentally, all Delilah Bradshaw was doing was trying to tell you that there is a difference between the criteria for election to Parliament and the difference between the criteria for election to a sporting team. But if Delilah even wanted to go further, and he wanted to speak about the record of sports, he could tell you too, because he was an excellent minister of sports. But I come now to more recent times, because it is the Democratic Labour Party that sought to reduce the funding and importance of the Sports Council in this country. It is the Democratic Labour Party that never saw it fit to be able, as you heard from Glen tonight, to be able to fund the women's West Indies cricket team in the World Cup for cricket here. And it ended up going to Antigua in spite of the fact that you had 7 Barbadians on the team. 7 Barbadian women or more. In fact, I think I may be wrong. I think it's the men that have 7s. I think the women had 10 at one point. And all of that was ignored by the last government. Stephen Lashley was the minister. Frandel was the prime minister. Verla was a member of the Senate. And as a woman, never opened her mouth once to be able to ask them, why are you not allowing Barbadians who are world champions in the T20 to be able to play here in the World Cup for women's? But I go further. The very first task that I executed as Prime Minister after the day when Dale and I got sworn in the Friday on the 25th of May. Oh, Lord, you can't even know it coming. I turned so, and I didn't even hear that something coming. Purring through again. Purring through. This is the first time you can talk to people across the street now without worrying about the buses coming through. Ian, thank you. But the very first task that I was involved in when I got sworn in as Prime Minister and Dale as Attorney General was to sign the document, the letter, to commit to Barbados hosting the test match for the West Indies versus England in January of 2019 in Barbados. And it required, or February, it required a signature and a commitment of funds. And we said, not only are we doing it because we are proud of Jason Holder and his boys, Abidjan again, but also we knew that we would get about 6,000 English tourists coming to Barbados. And that if we didn't do it here, in the same way that we lost the test for the women, the finals, to Antigua, we would lose that to Antigua as well. So when they want to start to talk about sports, let us talk, because their record in sports is putting Colin Spencer, a former candidate in this constituency. When you rejected Colin Spencer, they sent him down at the National Stadium to preside over the dilapidation and the removal of the roofs at the National Stadium. In my constituency. And all he did was to preside over its dilapidation. But the only difference between him and Verla is that one was at the stadium and one on George Street. Both political night watchmen presiding over dilapidation. The only difference is location. So don't get tired. So my friends, I have come here tonight to simply say to you, the people of this district, that I want you to recognize that we are bringing someone special. And you know, over the course of the last decade, and today, you see, life is funny. Today is 10 years I was removed as leader of the opposition. But I understood and I learned from what happened. And I humbled myself. And I went among you. And I worked with you. And I learned. And I would say to Verla, simply take heed. Because you are trying to do things and to cast all kinds of statements that have nothing at all to do with the representation of the people of St. George North. You want to believe that this is a referendum on me. The people of Barbados will have their chance at a referendum on me and the Labour Party when we come in a general election. This is not a referendum on me. This is an opportunity for the people of St. George North to get unfinished business finished and to get a good representative. They had a meeting tonight. This is also the week that 10 years on Thursday, David Thompson died. But you don't hear them call David Thompson name no more. They are so much in mayhem and fighting against one another that they forget even the things and the people who brought them to a certain place. So when I say to you that the politics of desperation has taken hold, and you know, people ask why you call a 6-week campaign. Well, I call it because the people must get to know you. The people want to hear you. The people want to hear Tony just as they want to hear all of the other candidates. And I ask you tonight, the people have not heard them on issues either local or national. And when they want to talk about local and community sports, I remember that there was a man called Franklin Stevenson who ran for the Democratic Labour Party. You remember him? Now, if you want to talk about a community sportsman, let's talk about Franklin Stevenson. Franklin Stevenson has an academy, a cricket academy, and he takes young boys and he allows them to learn cricket, and many of them move to the highest levels in this country. Franklin Stevenson doesn't do that because any government put him there or the university. He does that because that is his commitment to the people of St. James first and foremost, and then the people of Barbados. We don't even hear them talking about the other issues. And forgive me if I say tonight, Santia, I know you have a meeting tomorrow with CXC. And I want to say this. What has happened to the children of the region is not right. I don't know what the report will say, but I do know this, that many of the children who are asking for a review, their parents cannot afford to pay the price for that review. And Santia, I know that you have asked for a waiver, and we have not heard back an answer. But Bajans don't beg. And therefore, tomorrow, you will tell them that the government of Barbados will pay for the review of all the children who need a review in CXC. There was a letter. There was a letter, and I cannot release it because it is not mine to release. But there is a young man. I can call him a man, but you know him well in this country. And he wrote a letter to CXC, and he copied it to Santia, and he copied it to me. A young Barbadian. We took a lot of lashes for him too. Because when he spoke at a march in town in the Lower Green, they quarreled with me and said that I should never put him on a platform at that age. As if David Thompson was not involved in platform politics from a young age too. But people's memory's short. His name is Khalil Kothiwalda. And this young man wrote a letter to CXC that is as good as any letter any of my ministers or myself could have written to outline the issues to CXC. And you may have a time, it is not mine to release, but you may have a chance one day to read it. And when you read it, you will say, this was written by a teenager. This was written by a young boy. This was written by a young Barbadian boy. And I hope that he has it in his heart to release it to the press. Because you will begin to understand the seriousness with which we engage from this platform. There are times when I can make mock sport, there are times when we can dance, there are times when we can talk. But for the most part, we are here to make a difference in your lives. And when things don't always go right, when you run a government, you will find that sometimes there are things that happen in the government that you find out about. As I said when I was Attorney General and when I was Minister of Education, you cannot guarantee that people will always do the right thing, but you guarantee that when you find out about it, that you will do the right thing when others have not done it. And that is what leadership is about. So my friends, I saw that in Tony Moore. Tony may not agree with everything with us on every single issue. There are members in the parliament who don't agree on everything. But we know that the fundamental issues that bind us together, that we agree on, that we must not put workers on the front line to take lashes as if nobody else in this country can bear burden or bear the adjustment. In 1991, January, there's a shop that used to be somewhere around here, correct? The shop that burned down, I know. You know how I know? Because in 1991, I stood here on this side of the road as a young candidate. Henry Ford and the platform was on the other side of the road right there. It was the night that many argued that Henry Ford lost the election and his route to being Prime Minister of Barbados came to an end on that night. That was the night that Henry got up and read to the country. He didn't read a speech. He read from a letter about the fact that the country was in negotiations with the IMF then, and that we would have to send home thousands of people after the election. And the Dems called Henry Ford a liar. Market Hill will forever be etched on my memory because of what happened in 1991. And within less than weeks, they had to admit that Henry was right. And you know why Henry never went further? because Henry Ford did not want to release the source of who told him that the government was already in discussions with the International Monetary Fund in January of 1991. In that same campaign, in my constituency, by Friendship, by Huddersfield Turning, the Dems had a meeting, and Sandiford said in that same campaign after Henry spoke at Market Hill that it was a lie to say that the government would send home 4,000 workers from the public service. And it was a lie to say that they would cut people's salaries. Well, you recall exactly what happened. 4,500 people were sent home and your salary was cut by 8%. Now I bring this issue to you because only a few nights ago Glen Clark reminded you of the same Democratic Labour Party who told you that a manifesto for them is not a social contract. Well, my friends, check me on Saturday and see me report to you what the social contract of the Barbados Labour Party's manifesto is about and our record for the last 2.5 years. And it is for that reason that I wasn't looking for a beauty contest when I was looking for a candidate for St. George North, even though Tony looked better than all of the ones out there and running against her. I wasn't looking only for somebody whose navel string was buried here, but when it's buried here, you have to have a relationship with the people. Tony may not want to tell you this tonight. There was a young man on this same road here in Bridgecourt on Friday. And at first, he was a little thing about the roads and thing. And he talked to me afterwards. And he talked good and explained himself. He saw her yesterday again. He said, but you know something? You don't even know that you know me. I collect garbage out by you in Venture. And 3 times in the last few months, you stopped and slowed down and spoke to me and didn't even know who you were speaking to. That is the woman who I'm going to bring to this platform now. Tony Moore is the real deal. And if you didn't know it before, those in St. George North, as she moves through district by district by district, are getting to know that she is the real deal and that she has not gotten to be General Secretary of the Workers' Union or to remain there by just wanting to or by somebody keeping her there, but because she delivers representation to the people of the union, and she will deliver it to the people of St. George North. So my friends, I want you tonight. I haven't had a chance to introduce a candidate in a long time. I want to introduce Tony Moore tonight. I want all the members of the Labour Party to see that I ain't too big to introduce somebody up here. And I want her to come to this platform now. Bring her on for me, because she will be, with your help, the next Member of Parliament for St. George North. And next Sunday night, next Monday morning, when we start and she is officially nominated, then you will see that we go into the final stages of the race. Everywhere she goes, she is surrounded by a team of enthusiastic young people from this parish. I can't tell you about the others. I can tell you about Tony Moore. I can tell you that we want more. We want more. We want more. We want more. And you shall get more in St. George North. Tony, come on, girl. If I was grind, I would have sang, we want more, really, we want more. But I can't sing. Come, Tony, come.
We want more, plenty more. And Tony gonna give us for sure. We want more quality, more integrity, more ability. Flood cannot do that for we. We want more, plenty more. And Tony gonna give us for sure. So we voting for Tony, we voting for Tony, we voting for Tony. And the BLP, we voting for Tony, we voting for Tony, we voting for Tony. And the BLP, we want more. us for sure. We want more. We want more, plenty more. And Tony gonna give us for sure.
Look at that energy. Look at that energy from the Moore team. Let me hear you again. Good night, Market Hill. Good night to my special team, of course. Good night for all of you hearing me in Bridgecourt, in Bel Air, although I've not come to you yet, but I'll come in. Old Post Office Road. Everybody, all who are watching us online, good night. Wanna look good? I heard that a truck passed through here earlier this evening. What did it look like? It had on people? Doesn't it look like this? All right. That's how the votes going to be counting on the 11th of November. So I want to talk to you tonight, and Market Hill and surrounding areas is a privilege of mine this evening to be speaking to you. And I want to comment on something. There are a lot of people that have been questioning why an election this time and why public meetings. But I want you to look to your left and to your right. And I want you to see the people that are out here and who are actually following protocols. And this is saying something. If you don't have on a mask right now, don't make me shame, put it on. Because that's what we want. We don't want anybody coming down with nothing during this season. Because on the 11th of November, I need all constituents of St. George North to be healthy and ready to face the polling stations. And put your X where it needs to be put. Now, as I've been going around to houses in this community, as I've been engaging you in this community, I have been hearing many of you in the background, wait, I want to meet she, but I got to put on my mask. And that's what I want to hear. My canvassers have been coming back in evening after evening. And the main thing that has been high on their list, Tony, the people want to meet you. And that's a positive thing. Because although you are aware it can be all places at once, the very fact that people want to meet more is saying something. It's saying that you are ready. It's saying that you understand the importance of this time. It's saying that you not only want to be blind followers of a party, but you want to start to connect to the person that is going to be representing you, because I also want to connect to you. There's something that I want to start off with this evening on that note, and it relates to the COVID response. The COVID response is one that we should not take for granted. And I'm starting there for a particular reason. The other speakers have been mentioning everything that has been done for the last 2.5 years. But I ask you the same question that I asked you when we were at Golden Ridge just about 3 nights ago. When I asked the question, do you think that any other party in Barbados at this time could have delivered for the people of Barbados in the way that the current administration has handled this COVID crisis? Then your answer was no, and tonight it can be no different. And why I'm starting there is because so many other platforms are concerned with so many other things. In fact, they're not concerned with that many other things. They're concerned with me. And that's a good thing. Because while on their platform, they are speaking about me, and on my platform, I am speaking about me and what I plan to do for you, you know that when you go to the polls, it's only one thing in your head, and that's a vote for more. But I want to talk about the COVID-19 response. And I want to talk to you about the recovery plan that is necessary for us to counter the COVID-19 impact in particular. A number of people would be asking, why now and why more? And you've been hearing it speaker after speaker, night after night, that we require a transformative agenda. Barbados is at a place where the decisions that we make in this 2020, even right now, will have long-standing effects not only for 2020, but for many years to come. Future generations will depend on the choices and the decisions that are made right now. Integrated in every single decision must be a commitment to our people. And one of the things that I want to address first of all tonight is this whole issue of inclusion. As I've been walking through community after community, district after district, street after street in this constituency, the whole notion of inclusion is one that stares you in the face before people even speak. I want to start by addressing the whole issue of access to water. Something as fundamental as water. In 2020, I was shocked, and I must admit, that in 2020 we have communities in St. George North that do not know what it is to have running water in their houses. I spend most of my time in St. John, although my house is in St. Philip. And in St. John, we have had periods in our existence where for a week and 10 days, no running water. You have to depend on a truck coming through the community. And we know the frustration. We've heard it by residents not only in St. John, we've heard it in St. Joseph, we've heard it in St. Thomas. People who, when they can't get running water, it seems like life goes on a pause because you feel that way. Because for anybody to be bathing out of a bucket in the 21st century is not something that any of us should feel comfortable about. But yet it's a reality for so many people. I went in Bailey Alley last week, spent 2 days or so, a day and a half up there. And I was the most shocked person to see some of the most beautiful structures that you can find. But yet those people do not have running water. And then we moved on to Golden Ridge. And I found out that some of those people also do not have running water. And then we didn't go to Ashbury. But the complaint is the same in Ashbury, that they do not have running water, and for a fundamental reason. They are sitting in a Zone 1 area. But if you are on a Zone 1 area, Tracia, you have running water. You are my neighbor. I don't have running water. That makes sense. And even although they say it is because once you were there before 1971 and so on, you're entitled to water, but after you're not. In the 21st century, and I'm challenging this, putting this challenge out to the government of the day. In the 21st century, we can't be speaking about enfranchisement when our people are lacking some of the most basic things that they need. And I start there for a reason, because many of you who are supporters here tonight, you can connect. When your water goes off for a day or two, that is a problem for you. Have you considered what it would be like to be living up in a hill by Barbados standards anyhow, a hill nonetheless, having to take a trek up a hill like this on a daily basis, carrying water from a standpipe? And that is what you must do so that you and your family can observe good hygiene. Transformative change is what is required in Barbados. And I'm speaking to you tonight without a lot of hype. But I'm speaking to you on issues that I am connecting to with you, St. George North, as I engage you on a day-to-day basis. Running water, access to water. And if our people cannot have access to water for good reason. If we cannot find a fix to the issue, then we must be able to relocate them. Which brings me to the next point. Access for housing. Going through communities, people want to own their own house. We have people in rental arrangements, and they're unable to access their own piece of the rock. And for the simple reason that although some of them might be paying $800 in rent, $1,200 in rent, paying the same amounts that they may have to pay in a mortgage, the bank is not responding to them because their debt service ratio does not match the bank's requirement for a mortgage. So we have people who are able to, because they're paying their rent, but who cannot access the very things that they would need to bring enfranchisement to their family through housing. How many people grow up, and as you're growing up, you're saying, when I grow up, I want to be married, I want to have my own house. That's almost a basic fundamental thing for you young people. You want to own your own so that you can raise your children, so that you can leave something for them, so that you can be better, they can be better than you were. And such fundamental things are missing, not only in this community, but I imagine other communities as well. St. George North, I'm saying to you that the decisions that we make in 2020 in a post-COVID environment are decisions now that are going to be fundamental to shaping the future of these young people that you see down here, their children, and their children's children. And a vote in this election is not a vote, and I keep saying this night after night, it's not therefore a vote that any of us can take lightly. There are people speaking about a referendum, and I'm not concerned with a referendum on the Barbados Labour Party as much as I'm concerned with having all of us remember just 3 years ago. Just 3 years ago, when a trade unionist could not even have an engagement with a government. Furthermore, be asked to come on board so that we can create a space for labor so that you can make it better not only for workers, but for working people generally and their families. And that is the point, that is the source of criticism. As you hear them platform after platform, Tony Moore has sold out workers. Ask them how. Ask them how, and you listen to them. And you break it down for yourselves. I had to say to one of them, you know, Tony Moore had one vote though. And the people voted 30-0. What is it called that in cricketing terms? 30 love, that cricket. People voted 30-0. And there's a reason for that. You in St. George North, you voted for Glen Clark again. But in your vote was not only a vote of people who supported Glen Clark, it was not only a vote of people who supported the Barbados Labour Party, but it was a vote of people who were frustrated with the conditions that met them. And if that was 2.5 years ago, then the question for all of us, as it came from other speakers tonight, has to be, what has changed? How have they presented themselves to you in a manner that you should feel any confidence that things will be better if you respond to them? And the answer for you young people, a lot of the young people down here, I ain't talking about Carl Boyce, he old, but a lot of the young people down here that you see following me night after night, these are not just young people that I am identifying because I want little carnival coming to St. George North when we have political meetings. These are young people that as we go through communities, and you see the numbers growing, because as I go through community after community, we are organizing young minds to see themselves in this campaign. see their future in this campaign. This is not about gimmicks. This is not about tricks. It is about empowering our people to make wise choices for themselves, to determine for themselves where they think the best chance for a future lies, the best hope for a future lies. A number of these young people are among those who the choice of bettering themselves was just cut out from under them for about 6 years, until free university education was reinstituted. And I say free in terms of the covering of the tuition costs, because it's still a cost to education. And why we are recruiting and why we are organizing is because these very young people, I have said it before, have to be my eyes and my ears. They have to be the ones keeping my feet to the fire. When I come out here night after night, and I am frightened for it, when I come out here night after night, making commitments to them for a better way of life for them, they have to be confident and comfortable that the same way they can reach me now in this campaign, that they can reach me every day after that, because this is what I'm committing to, a life of service for the people of St. George North. And that's not something that we must take lightly. And when I heard one of the chairmen tonight speaking about a contract that is being contemplated by another person in this race, I know a number of you laughed, and I saw some people putting their hands up and saying, well, they know what he gives and so on. But I want you young people to understand that when you offer yourself for service, it is serious business. Gone are the days when politicians should be seen as people who only come around when it's election time. And I've had some of those statements hurled at me. And I stood up and I took each of them, because I know that in time you will be able to see for yourselves. It is not enough for me to stand up and convince you and say to you, I am not that kind of person. St. George North, you will see for yourselves and you will make the determination. But I want to go off script and I want to speak to other colleagues, because a number of people have been saying to me, Tony, you may come across as well-meaning. You may say that you are going to be X or Y or Z. But once you get there, you are likely to become like some others who have gone into a state of complacency, who have forgotten the very people that put them here. And as I receive that criticism on your behalf, I receive the criticism with the intention, I'm saying it publicly, and with the intention to speak to people who I know are well-meaning, who are taking up so much responsibility out in the many fires that you've heard about. But we must never lose the connection to the people who have put us there. And my commitment to you as I stand before you, St. George North, my commitment is one that as I take this trek day after day, community after community, committing that I am going to reach out to as many of the near 10,000 people in St. George North as possible. If I could do it in 5 weeks, I know that it is possible. You have to be able to reach me. So I started off speaking about access to water. I then went on to access to housing. Let me speak a bit about the road infrastructure, because I know that there's a young man here that is listening to me. And one of the things that he said to me yesterday evening, and his was just an example of the many comments I've been hearing. I don't look for things for myself. That ain't electric bus, but not keeping much noise either. I don't look for things for myself, but I look for things for this community. It's more one of the things that we want to see in this community. is to improve road infrastructure. For too long, we've had commitment that the road in this Bridgecourt Road going back to Newberry would be fixed. For too long, the people of Sweet Vale have been hearing that the road from Redland down to Groves will be fixed. The government has to do something. We understand. We get it. We understand that the other government did not do much in terms of road repairs. We understand that we are living in a COVID-19 environment. But what you must also understand is that this is not good enough. Miss Moore, I'm challenging you to get out of your vehicle and try walking it. And the government that asked for a Tony Moore to come in and represent the people of St. George North is a government that has to understand that to whom much is given, much is required. And I also know that when you give me your vote on the 11th of November, that you will be giving me much and you will have high expectations as well. I want to go on next to the other commitments, the other requests that we have been having from this community, because I am demonstrating to you not only that I am hearing you, I'm listening to you, I'm internalizing everything that means something to you, because that must mean something to me. People are not looking for handouts in St. George North. The other things that people have been asking about, protect our children. For a long time, and I said it in a meeting at Golden Ridge, for a long time we have had promise that there will be a sidewalk to protect our children as they trek to school from Flat Rock up to Cuthbert Moor, from Sweet Vale down to Cuthbert Moor, and up to now we have seen nothing. And yes, for 10 years, nothing has happened. But in the remaining time of this term in government must see fit to keep the commitment to keeping our children safe on these roads. I remember growing up, coming from St. John and having to travel this road to school on a daily basis. And almost on a monthly basis, you will see an accident, particularly in that corner there and lower down St. Helens Road. When you really think about 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds making a trek to and from school on these same roads, is mind-boggling. That for 10 years, a government or a party that is now coming to you to say, give me another chance, left things like these underdeveloped. But yet they're saying that they're interested in people. I want to talk to you on behalf of single women tonight, because one of the things that has stirred me in a particular way is when I go from house to house and I hear some women ask, Miss Moore, I ain't getting no vouchers. I ain't working no more. I got 3 children. I got 4 children, and nothing is happening. This COVID-19 response, and then that's what I'm saying, words, yes, works more, people need to see. And they need to see it not in a flip-flop way where you're coming and giving people little handouts that can last them today, but not much beyond today. Women in this community need to feel empowered. And it is not good enough for our females or single parents to be at home worrying about food for their children and not being able to provide because they can't have a job. And a COVID-19 response is required that is not just a public policy that will take care of people's needs today. We must be taking care more fully of the needs of our people. And on that note, I must say to you, St. George North, one of the things that's concerning me as well is the very fact that a number of young people, 25 years and under, coming to us and saying that they want jobs. When we ask for the skill sets that they have, they're saying to us that they do not have any CXCs, they don't have any vocational certificates. Some of you might be in here. And what I want to say to us is that our system has failed our young people. You should never have a situation where our people are leaving school and immediately after, even if they have to leave school because they didn't manage the system they didn't get through. There's no way that we should have a system that sees young people not being able to truly enfranchise themselves. So as people are coming around to you and talking, and as I am coming around to you and talking, you will not hear me making promises of any short-term things that I will do for you alone, because that is going to be important to putting food on your table. But my fuller plan for you has to be a plan to bring you through enfranchisement. So you will hear, when the manifesto is put out this week, you will see us talking about better utilization of the Valley Resource Center, better utilization of the facility here at Cuthbert-Moore, the James Bryant Center, because we need to embark on a program of training our young people to be better citizens. We need to be able to embark on a program that encourages our talented people within this constituency to see that there's a future for them. And that's why we were able during our walk yesterday to commit to Charles Reed and the ones over by the post office that we will be developing kiosks here in Market Hill. Because the same thing that has happened to Laura Estate, we can bring it to Market Hill because we've walked through, we've seen people into farming, we've seen people into dressmaking, and there has to be a facility for us to nurture our community entrepreneurial spirit. And so my campaign manager, who is also the minister responsible for community development, has committed to me, yes, Tony, we will set up kiosks. I am going to be joining you in recommending that the road infrastructure is fixed, that the bus shed at Cuthbert-Moore is done. We are going to be looking at the draining programs, and these are more than election promises. These are commitments from a government that can do it because it is the government in power. Tonight, you would recognize that I came to you with a different kind of approach. Tonight is not about hype. It is about talking to people. It's not about being emotive. It's letting you know, St. George North, I am interested. The reason why I have been coming to you house by house by house is because relationship is what matters if representation is going to matter. And during the next couple days and weeks ahead of the election, you will be seeing more of me within communities. You will be hearing more of me. And I am urging you, people of St. George, to see the election on the 11th of November. I said it, and I will repeat it every night until the 11th of November comes. I want you to see this as an opportunity, not only for you to get more in St. George North, not only for you to demand more for St. George North, but an opportunity for you to deliver to working people in Barbados, to working people and their families a voice that can and will make a difference when the time comes in the lower house of Parliament of Barbados. I am committed to you. With your vote, you will see what you have committed to. I've expressed already that a vote for me in this by-election is not simply a vote for me. It's a vote for your belief in the Barbados Labour Party. It's a vote for your belief that Glen Clark's endorsement of a Tony Moore is one that will make a difference to you. Good night and God bless. See you in a few days at our next meeting.
We want more, plenty more, and Tony gonna give us for sure. We want more, plenty more, and Tony gonna give us for sure. We want more quality, more integrity, more ability. Floyd cannot do that for we. We want more, plenty more, and Tony gonna give us for sure. So we voting for Tony, we voting for Tony, we voting for Tony, and the BLT.
'em. 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 That's what I'm talking about. You heard it from herself. Representation at the highest order. We're going to keep it rolling. We got one more speaker for you, and I know you don't want to miss this gentleman at all. This is the guy who's going to tell you all about why. Why, and I want you to listen to me. He's going to tell you all about why you should make sure and go to the polls on November 11th and put your X for the only candidate. The only candidate you can really put an X for. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please make him welcome. Give it up for none other than Kerry Simmons. Come on.
Why you smiling and always feel like styling? Right next to Kerry Simmons is where you will find me. And the posse doing Dixie. His plans, they got me tipsy. Now's the time to get through. So this is what we do. This is what we do. Rolling with Kerry Simmons. This is what we do. Voting for Kerry Simmons.
Good evening to you, Market Hill, Bridgecourt. I was a little way down the road for a little while during the course of tonight. I know you can hear this meeting a good way from here, Jericho. I want to say to you that I just listened to what I thought was an excellent platform speech by an excellent candidate. And as I was listening, I was monitoring the cell phone in the back there, where her competitor in the Democratic Labour Party is reading his script. They have about 700 odd people following him online, and we had 2,196 when Tony was speaking. And what you have heard from this platform tonight, and you must forgive me, I am really not in the mood for ceremony, so I am going to go straight into battle. What you have heard from this platform tonight is a reflection of a party with a philosophy. And in this business of politics, philosophy is a fundamental point of departure. I don't talk about it a lot because I do my thing very quietly, but I had the privilege of teaching at the University of the West Indies for 3 years before I went and did law. And I was teaching political science. I actually had the painful experience of teaching a fellow who you might have heard about. You ever heard the name Michael Lashley? The one who went on to become a minister. He was one of the dunsiest people that I have ever had to encounter. You thought he was a good minister? You thought he was a good minister? He was 10 times worse as a student than he was a minister. In fact, to be charitable to Michael, he stumbled from failure to failure to failure without losing any enthusiasm at all. I'm gonna stop doing that to the man. It's gonna stop doing that to the man. Real talk. But I want to be serious with you tonight because I tried to get through to that boy that it is about, don't get wrapped up in understanding policy and so on. The politics is linked directly to philosophy. Whatever a party's policy is, tells you a little bit about the philosophy. What a man's philosophy is, tell you about the man. You just heard Tony Moore. You hear the woman talking from her heart. That script ain't right for Tony. You hear the philosophy of the woman. She began by telling you about the need for people to have running water. But Christ, there's nobody in this campaign who is breaking it down to that simple level. I told Mr. Cadogan over there just now when she was speaking. And you know, she makes it so simple. And as she was speaking, I had to reflect on the fact that when I was evolving as a youngster, I was a little bit of a rebel. I'm being very frank with you, a little bit of a rebel, a little unruly. And God still is, I'm not in that with you. And my mommy, God rest her in her grave, used to make me or try to persuade me to sing that song, which is a Anglican hymn, All Things Bright and Beautiful. When you get to the part that you got the rich man at his castle and the poor man at his gate, God made them high and lowly and ordered their estate. I ain't in that. So I could sing him a ton, I ain't in that. The reality is that it didn't make sense to me. Because if I believe that God is a good God, then I find it hard to accept that he wants you to stand poor. I have that difficulty then, I have the difficulty now. True respect to all of them in religion, but that's my difficulty with it. And that is the philosophy that I have. And I feel that I must say to you tonight that I see this by-election contest in St. George North as an opportunity for us in the Barbados Labour Party to restate the philosophy of this party and the reasons why we believe we are right about certain things that we are doing, why it is necessary for this government to do certain things that it has been committing itself to, why we have found a candidate who is an excellent fit, and why we must continue in this journey that Glen Clark carried this constituency on for 26 years. I feel we have that duty tonight in this by-election campaign because it is all too easy for people who, I told you last Sunday, a lot of them slithering reptiles crawling out of nowhere who have been lost to this country for 2 years, and we thank God we thought we saw the back of them, except for some outstanding homework, housekeeping, cleaning up, call it what you will, that Dale Marshall still has to do. But we thought we had seen the back of them. Now, lo and behold, they raised their heads again. They have the gall to be all about this place as though nothing ever happened. And when you heard Tony tonight, it ain't only about running water for people. There are some basic issues in this campaign that they don't want to connect with. Let us start to talk about the realities in St. George. If there is an issue in Barbados that should be humbugging all of us, it is the issue of dignity in your work. Dignity in your workplace. It is not limited to St. George North. It is not limited to St. George as a parish. It is true of all Barbados. But it is particularly painful and offensive in the rural breadbasket of the country that today in 2020, we have mothers of sons, wives of husbands, sisters in your community, ladies here in Bridgecourt, in Roach Village, in Jericho, in Locust Hall, in Glebe Tenantry, who make their way into a field to work. It might be that they're tilling and cultivating sweet potatoes. It might be a cane ground. But we have had successive ministries of agriculture who have never felt it necessary, even though they don't own all the land, but liaise with the landowners. Good God, man. You mean you passed these women in 2012, in 2013, in 14, and 15, and 16, and 17, and on, and nobody pauses to say, as a matter of human dignity in 2020, you don't think we should have some porta potties that these daughters of our soil could relieve themselves when the day come? Should they be doing pursuing livelihood in exactly the same way in the year 2020, Anno Domini, in the year of our Lord, as their forebears had to do it in 1720? It is called dignity in the workplace. But unless you have people the likes of Tony, who has the philosophy to recognize that that is a wrong, that is a public wrong, that is a mischief that should be corrected by people who are in government. Let's not pretend that it is limited to that. I am now minister responsible for small business in this country. On Wednesday night, On Wednesday night, relating to another matter, the Prime Minister and I had a long conversation. And as we closed, we spent about 10, 15 minutes discussing vendors. And the need to do the same thing for vendors. The need for us to be able to make sure that there are parts of the highways of Barbados that are now not cordoned off, but you create a sufficient space to lay by. And you put in some running water that a man can wash his hands. Put in some portable toilet facilities that a man can relieve himself. That fathers of daughters and husbands of wives, sons of this soil in 2020, should be given basic dignity and decency and an ability to function in a hygienic circumstance in the area where they are earning an honest living. These are people who are hardworking Barbadians. These are not the con men that are over in Newberry tonight. These are not the embezzlers and the swindlers. Huh? These are not the professional kleptomaniacs that have slithered out of God knows where to come back for more. Not Tony Moore. The more they're talking about is indexed to the treasury. These people are Barbadians, bred and born like you and I, who trying to eke out an existence in these most difficult of times. And this is what this has to be about. You just heard the Prime Minister. It has to be about a party that is prepared to come to you and tell you the gospel truth. My friends, we are facing in Barbados the most difficult set of circumstances that any government has ever faced in this country since the riots of the 1930s. This transcends it all. You've heard every speaker tonight confront the reality of what they have had to deal with when they came to office. More importantly, how are we trying to solve some of the problems? How are we trying to bring dignity? How we are trying to make sure that the basic amenities that you need to conduct your daily living. I stood in the audience for a little while, and I even heard the Prime Minister. And we speak laughingly of the 32 or 33 buses that are now on the road. Do you understand that the Democratic Labour Party in 10 painful, long, God-forsaken years did not bring a bus to Barbados? Not a blasted bus! And as if that was not bad enough. If that was not bad enough, they took a transport board and overpopulated it. The same nincompoop that I just told you about, that if a thought ever crossed his mind, it would have been a long, lonely, painful experience. That boy brought people into the transport board as if there was no tomorrow. Did the same thing at the Ministry of Housing. Did the same thing at the Ministry of Housing. Knowing full well that you had the money to pay the people. So you bring people to work. I want you to understand what they did, because it is a wicked, whatless calculation. I want to get re-elected. So I am going to hoodwink the people in my constituency. Yeah? I am going to tell them, come and get a job. I can ensure they get what today, but I can't ensure that 6 months from now they're going to be what? But 3 months from now there'll be election. And because to get what, I expect them to vote for me. If they lost, the what went down, but that's their business. That is what the calculation is, stripped naked of all of the frills. So they took people and put them in the Ministry of Housing. You will have 5 receptionists answering one phone, 4 or 5 maids with one broom in the ministry, in the transport board, and this is what we had to deal with. An overabundance of drivers, but a disappearing fleet of buses. And you know it, your children in Market Hill, your children in Bridgecourt, your children in Newberry, Your children all through this constituency coming home late on an evening. Where you know come from, boy? Man, the bus, daddy. I can get in the bus, mommy. Customs seeing them get home by 4 o'clock, trips in the house at 6:30. There were stories carried on CBC that there were children in the bus stand at 7 or 8 o'clock at night waiting on buses that were not there to come. All of that get cleaned up and done with. But the point is that while the fleet of the transport board dwindled down to about 30 or 40, I can't remember the number now, you still had people being brought on as drivers. To do what? So we took a position that has to be fixed. Because again, it goes back to the philosophy of the Barbados Labour Party. It goes back to a commitment to you, the people, to make sure that even though we have to do some corrections in terms of the economics of the thing, what is the next step? How can you deal with these people? Let me tell you something now. I have stood in the yard of Parliament. I have stood in the yard of Parliament and engaged Chris Sinclair and Michael Lashley and some of the other ones. How is it that you all going to fix this here? Man, I was saying, as if some boy got to go on home, to go on home. That is the answer that is given. That cold-blooded, indifferent answer is the answer that is given. Because you, the people of Barbados, could be discarded as collateral damage. Collateral damage. When you go home and you have nothing to feed your children with, it is not their problem because they got government work as minister of this and minister of that. You became the collateral damage. You became expendable. You did not matter in the process. We said that can't work. Philosophically, the Barbados Labour Party, led by Mia Mottley, was not prepared to roam down that kind of whatless wicket. So we said, look, this is what's going to happen. We're going to have a transport augmentation program. We're going to make some money available that former drivers will be able, because if you driving, let me help you now to be an entrepreneur. You will come and report for work as an employee of the transport board. Bring in your own vehicle. Good God, man. But Minister, that how can get a vehicle? It costs a lot of money, obviously. Well, here, what we can do for you? We can let them come in duty free. Yeah? We can assist you with the loan. Yeah? We can tell you that you only go work with the transport board as one of the associates of the effort to move people about Barbados with the transport board for 3 years. After that, you could do whatever you want to do. And you can waive the VAT. So we make it economically possible for a man who was previously an employee now to be an entrepreneur. And you see the buses on the road. Don't tell me you ain't seen them. I have seen them pass through this constituency. I've seen them all around Barbados. And that is how we make sure that we brought the private sector to work with the transport board, operating from inside the transport board terminal, outfitting them with fare boxes, outfitting them with the necessary signage and so on, making sure that ordinary Barbadian men who would otherwise have been discarded. In fact, let me be real with you. Every time there has been a government that had to lay off people, the people were treated as collateral damage. This is the first occasion in the history of this country, man, that we've had a prime minister and a cabinet and a government that has bent over backwards to make sure that you salvage that humanity so that they don't just be flotsam and jetsam or wreckage strewn across the surface of the landscape. That has been the philosophy enacted by this Barbados Labour Party government. And those reptiles over yonder tonight gonna tell you about how we ain't do nothing for people. And that lovely young lady who just spoke to you is a sellout. Sellout? That she disrespecting workers? Disrespect? Well, let me talk to you tonight about disrespect. The disrespect, Miss Pisa, is when a man that stole ammunition from a police station is able now to resurface and rehabilitate his miserable self at the expense of the people of St. George North. You know it happened? You know it happened? A little short covered down man that used to walk about in high heel boots stole ammunition from a police station. That if you had done it, you would have been charged. Let them deny that. The disrespect is when a man who did not go on a dump street, did not go on a block, but went in the House of Assembly, armed with a gun, and pulled that gun on the Attorney General of Barbados tonight. And not a word has been said, nothing has been done, and he pulled the gun in front of witnesses. That is the disrespect when he is allowed to rehabilitate himself at the expense of the people of St. George North. You want to talk about disrespect? Let us have it. Bring it on. You want to talk about disrespect? Disrespect is when I had to go to the airport in 2018 for the first time as Minister of Tourism and International Transport and confront the plight of females in this country who were guardians of your national security, sitting at kiosks along the length of the runway. And some of those gates have access to the runway. The guards are there in a little kiosk. I hear you, darling. I can talk about it. You was one of them. You was one of them. I can talk about it. That some of those ladies will be on duty tonight, 11:30, and go get the bathroom. But there is no bathroom anywhere around there. They pick up a phone. Yeah, the lady say exactly what she know what you're talking about. Pick up a phone and call an office 2 miles away to say, I want a vehicle to come for me, please. I want to use the toilet. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. That is what I call the dignity of labor. That's why we need a 20 more in the Barbados Labour Party. You understand? Because they got people out here that pretend that these things don't happen. But they happen. And I can keep talking, darling. Because then they made the mistake of inviting me to a church service for Airport Week. Now I told them privately, because they want to embarrass the boy publicly, that if that were one accustomed to under Richard Seeley, let it end now. I'm real glad that you here to echo what he's saying, because these people feel that he's making it up. And they went in church, we went in church service, and the day of the service, I went down there and peeped to see if they'd done anything on any of the gates. Not a fella had done nothing. So I went in the house of the Lord, and I spoke truth as I'm taught to do. I ain't gonna sing now about rich man at the castle and poor man at the gate, but I gonna make damn sure that poor people get uplift in this country, I can tell that. So I went and I told them, fix it or don't bother to come back in management. All of a sudden, they find concrete and they find mixers and they find something to put on a roof with. And that situation got corrected. But for 10 years, Richard Seeley was the Minister of International Transport, though. And those people were asked to suffer. To suffer. So if they want to talk about disrespect, bring it on. Bring it on. This government has bent over backwards in the most difficult and challenging of times in order to deliver to you a brighter and better and more hopeful tomorrow. And we are not going to turn our face from that effort. But we will not back down from a fight either. Because these people who have no record to run on, only a record to run away from, won't recreate history about Barbados tonight, man, and it cannot work. Floundering, struggling. I mean, let me be very real. Let us be very real about this situation. As we go forward, we have to be able to accept that there have been challenges that we were confronted with, that we didn't anticipate. The arrival of COVID on the scene was nothing that anybody could have planned for. Night after night, you have heard Jeffrey Bostick come here and come to account. There's nobody who can say to you that the government of Barbados has not done an excellent job in holding that disease, that plague at bay. Great United Kingdom is tonight going back into lockdown. Barbados is not. United States of America is a mess with it. 10 states today recorded the highest level ever. Not Barbados. Germany going back into lockdown. All across Europe. France Friday introduced new measures again. We are holding the ship together while making sure that we do everything in our power in order to make sure that we can continue to advance the well-being of the people of Barbados. I just tell you about the buses, but then begin and end with the buses. You remember that under the worthless lost decade of the Democratic Labour Party, you couldn't get in the sanitation trucks about this place? That there were places that did not see garbage collected in Barbados for 4 weeks and 5 weeks. There was a shutdown, well, not a shutdown, there was a travel advisory issued against Barbados because of sewage running in the streets of the South Coast. That's what we had been brought to. These people have a goal. These people have testicles the size of bulldozers. To be able now to walk about in Barbados again. Shamelessly present themselves at people's door. And I'm not telling you that you should be impolite or that you should chase them away. I hear somebody behind me saying, and I'm certainly not, you don't ever pelt nothing, that no water that you pass, don't keep in nothing and pelt that in the body, don't do that. But I am saying to you that you have to be very discerning. You have to be very, very critical of these people. And the first thing you should be asking them, because it ain't hard, and not only Democratic Labour Party people, the Solution Barbados man that live in this constituency, the man that Joseph Humphrey bring, he's a no-name product. I can't remember the man's name for the life of me. As I said the other night, he has been the most forgettable experience because I know I met him. But ask them, where were you during COVID? Don't go no further. When there was a lockdown, where were you? Because you know what part Glen Clark was. You saw him. It wasn't that every day you can move about. There was a period of time during the course of the day that you were able to go to the corner store, to go to the village shop. You were able to do your little thing, go down to the fish market and get your fish. But you got to ask some of these people, the man from Solutions that run last time, that say he did always plan to run again. Ask him, where were you, star? What you do? Did you put a little bin in the corner there by that gas station that say communities helping communities so that people can put in a little tin of sardines or a tortoise salmon or something that you can distribute food in Market Hill to people who are out of pocket because they ain't worked for the last 2 months? Did you do that? Did any of them bring a little yam or sweet potato or bag of goods or anybody? But good God, an election call, and now they have descended like locusts coming to eat the flesh from your bones. All they want to do is take, get. When there was a time to give, where were they? And these same hypocrites will then say to you that the Barbados Labour Party ain't do nothing. When you have a man who represented this constituency and Dwight Sutherland right next door, and every weekend and some days in the week, these men up and down and their agents and associates working with them. Is that not true? Is that not true? So these people want to reinvent history. And then this hullabaloo. I genuinely feel, why Mr. Reefer? I would give thanks for the Barbados Labour Party, you know. A man named Owen Arthur, before he passed away, And a lady named Mia Mottley, she spoke here. She was the deputy prime minister at the time, I don't remember. They determined that when you play cricket for the West Indies, you're entitled to get duty-free care. They did not say that you should be paid on or benefit on accordance of merit. They say if you represent at high level, you get duty-free care. Now, if that man had to be rewarded on the basis of merit, he can be passing through here in a BMW. You might see in a tricycle, but not a BMW. So I am saying to you that the time has come now to get real. We are 4 or 5 weeks into a campaign, and there's nobody who is prepared to come face to face with Tony Moore on the bread and butter issues affecting the people of St. George. She's spoken to you tonight about housing. She's spoken to you tonight about water. She's spoken to you tonight about employment. I just tell you about dignity in the workplace and the environment in which you work. These are concrete issues facing people all around this constituency. And when the Prime Minister said, let us make this like no other before. Let us do the right thing by the people of St. George. Let us have a debate. You know, all of them ran from it. Not one had the gumption, the testicular fortitude, the intellectual integrity to say, I am prepared to debate because I came into this race with good conscience and I have a plan for my people. Not one. Everybody find an example, an excuse why he should run from it. From the most ridiculous to the most sublime. I have listened to Joe Affley is because the journalist might be friendly with the Prime Minister or some blasted foolishness. The reality is nobody wants to sit down with this lady or look her in the eye and have a discussion. And you know why? Because they are untrue to themselves. Every one of them running against her knows that she, by her living, by her daily deeds, by what she wake up and dress and go to work to do every single day for the last 20-somebody years, has been about the business of uplifting people, has been about the business of empowering people, has been about the business of dignity for people in Barbados in the workforce, has been about the business of improving conditions of work for these people. And they are all pretenders, Johnny-come-latelys. Looking for what they don't deserve. Now, I don't plan to carry you on long tonight. It's minutes to 12 on a good Sunday evening in rural Barbados. Time for me to go and get a little rest and face the workplace tomorrow. But I want to leave you on this note. I want on November the 11th for you to go out in your numbers. I want you on November the 11th to forget about the ambient noise, the surrounding noise, the confusion and false issues and imaginary issues and all the things that people that ain't got nothing sensible to talk about can create. I want you to focus on the individual. I'm asking you to vote for Tony because the Barbados Labour Party. Vote for Tony Moore because of Tony Moore. Vote for Sister Tony on the basis of what you know her to be and what she has been long before now. I started by telling you, it is all about philosophy. It is all about philosophy. It is all about how that person feels. Buju Banton got a song that is telling you that the rich man's wealth is in the city. Destruction of the poor is his poverty. That is philosophy. He tell you how he feels about poor people should be treated. Tony Moore fits squarely in that box. There are others who got the philosophy. Yeah. There are others who got the philosophy that I tell you I reject. Because I don't believe and will never believe, I don't care who bad to curse me, that a rich man born with party born, poor man born with party born, and that the two of them should ever remain there. That there should be no intervention by government to uplift those who are depressed, downtrodden, and underprivileged. That has never been the Barbadian way. So I ask you tonight to reflect on those things. And I ask you one last thing before you go along. Come to Roach Village on Thursday night at 7 o'clock because Tony's speaking again and we will be there in support of her. Good night, get home safely, and God bless you all.